Good morning and welcome to the 11th National Seminar organized by the Engineers Welfare Forum of the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited. Right at the outset, I would like to congratulate EWF, Engineers Welfare Forum, for continuing their good work despite the pandemic, despite the never ending challenges, despite the obstacles on the steep road to progress. They have continued not only their social activities, social welfare activities, but also their academic pursuits. So, as you know, that the Engineers Welfare Forum is is a forum within the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited, which is completely dedicated towards social welfare and towards their own progress in academic terms. And to that end, they have been organizing seminars, annual seminars, and we have even done that during the pandemic. It was an online seminar, obviously. But now that we are once again back to physical programs, this topic is entirely appropriate to the times, and it is a topic which makes us look forward to analyze the future and its requirements. The topic is battery technologies that could power the future, a look forward in years to come. So, we have been talking about the Engineers Welfare Forum. We would start off by showing an audiovisual on their regular activities. An audiovisual.
A sapling being grown into a tree and inspiring a garden around, or a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly and inspiring others for a colorful flight. Such has been the journey of our engineers who have been the engine of our country's growth. WBPDCL is one such path paver who is lighting up lives in the nooks and corners of West Bengal. Its wing, Engineers Welfare Forum, from being a nascent body of few visionaries to a collaboration of around 600 engineers of WBPDCL, is nurturing the dreams of young enterprising engineers. They believed that together we can, and yes, together they have done it. Today, EWF stands for Engineering Inclusive Growth and Fulfilling Aspirations, whose seeds were laid in 2010. EWF is working tirelessly towards welfare of the engineering fraternity and overall growth and prosperity of the society, and has many feathers in its big hat. Power Genext, the flagship technical journal, chronicles all the findings and analysis, showcases the technical breakthroughs of engineers at various power plants. Prayas, flagship social event which makes an effort to cultivate minds through proper education. Training programs like Educating the Educators, drives for students including handholding, various workshops on inclusive learning and extracurricular activities, encouraging and mentoring of students, and also felicitation of meritorious children residing around the power stations. With year-long supply of study kits and other ancillaries, is just one part of the entire education initiatives, and EWF gives paramount importance to this attempt. Need on National Energy Excellence Drive. Under this umbrella, national seminars are organized every year to enrich the Indian power sector and ancillary fields on various burning topics. Research. EWF has commenced research on biomass co-firing power generation with IIT, ISM Dhanbad, and a project on artificial intelligence in association with Department of Computer Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur. EWF is establishing technical libraries at townships of all power plants to spread the wisdom and know-how. Eatery. EWF operates catering services at remote power stations, thereby reaching home-like food to engineers deputed there. Inclusivity and growing together is their buzzword. With a determined focus on bringing new technology to optimize the power sector and benefiting society as a whole, the journey of EWF continues with renewed energy. The honorary board is led by vice chancellors, scientists, and directors of reputed central universities and institutions. Team marches on with promise of a better society, inclusive growth, and lighting up many lives as it roars on. The garden is in full bloom, and together they are planting more seeds all around.
Thank you so much. We would now like to felicitate our eminent guests who have come up, who have found time for us today. I would just like to mention that Sri S. Suresh Kumar IAS, who is presently the Chief Secretary, Power Department, West Bengal, and also has the additional charge of being the additional Chief Secretary, is on his way. He would be coming any moment now. Dr. P.B. Salim, however, has a work commitment which is preventing him from coming here today. But we do have as our most eminent and distinguished guest Professor Virendra Kumar Tiwari, who is the director of IIT Kharagpur. And we would welcome him on to the dais. May I request our engineer Shomir Kumar Dotto, chairman of the seminar organizing committee, to felicitate Shri V.K. Tiwari, our most eminent guest today. And it is our pleasure and privilege to welcome him on the dais. And may I request Sri Shomir Kumar Dotto, the chairman of the seminar organizing committee, to felicitate our most honored chief guest. Engineer Shomir Kumar Dotto, to felicitate our most honored guest, Shri V.K. Tiwari. Professor Virendra Kumar Tiwari has specialized in farm machinery and power engineering, and therefore his core research area include tractor system design, ergonomics and industrial safety, design of agricultural machines, and he has been conferred many awards, including the Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers, who have given him a very, very rare accolade indeed. So we go on to mark the beginning of our 11th national seminar, and we would do that by lighting the lamp. Apart from our most honored guest, Shri Tiwari, Dr. Tiwari, may I now request Debopriyo Mitro, President of CFC of the Engineers Welfare Forum, Sri Shomen Das, General Secretary of CFC EWF, and Prashanto Sinha, Treasurer CFC Engineers Welcome Forum, and Sri Shomir Kumar Dotto, Chairman of the Seminar Organizing Committee, to join our most distinguished guests for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Along with Dr. Tiwari, we have Debo Priyomitro, President, Shomen Das, General Secretary, Prashanto Sinha, Treasurer, and Shomir Kumar Dotto, Chairman of the Seminar Organizing Committee. The lamp being lit to mark the commencement of the 11th National Seminar. Thank you so much. And may I now request everyone to stand for a photograph. Thank you so much. As our guests return to the dais, may I request Engineer Debo Priyomitro, President, CFC Engineers Welfare Forum of West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited, to welcome our most distinguished guests.
Opening of the 11th National Seminar on Battery Technologies that could power the future and look forward to in the years to come. Organized by Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, this event is a culmination of an enormous collective effort which began. Honorable Additional Chief Secretary is on the way. Honorable Chairman and Managing Director also not present today. Honorable Director IIT Kharagpur, invited guests, valued members of Engineers Welfare Forum, and ladies and gentlemen. Coal-fired power plants with inappropriate after-treatment have deteriorated our environment and seriously declined global air quality. Industrial gas emissions and internal combustion engine vehicles have further exacerbated urban air pollution. The world needs more power, preferably in a form that is clean and renewable. Batteries provided the primary source of electricity before development of electric generators and electric grids around the end of the 19th century. From the mid-18th century on, before there were batteries, experimenters used Leyden jars to store electrical charge. As an early form of capacitors, Leyden jars, unlike batteries, put their charge physically and would release it all at once. Our energy storage strategies are currently stepped up by lithium-ion batteries. Details of electrochemistry I am not going into. I can put a small view on this technology. Lithium-ion batteries picked up pace in mid of the 1980s, where three professors, John B. Goodenough, along with Stanley Whittingham and Akira Yoshihiro, got Nobel Prize for inventing the lithium-ion battery. Lithium-ion seems to be the most efficient battery technology available, indicating a lot of space for further improvements. They are capable of having a very high voltage and charge storage per unit mass and unit volume. They are also incomparable with the older batteries in terms of quality, output, half-life, and cost. A lithium-ion battery uses lithium as a key component of its electrochemistry. More specifically, as it goes through the discharge cycle, Lithium atoms in anode are ionized and separated from their electrons. Then those charged lithium ions move from the anode and pass through the electrolyte until they reach the cathode, where they recombine with their electrons and practically neutralize. In principle, rechargeable batteries should not expire before they lose their ability to hold the charge. The ordinary types of battery will stop working when the terminals of the electrodes are altered due to the ion passing from one terminal to the battery to the other. In rechargeable battery, the electrodes recover when an external charger sends those ions back where they came from. Our purpose of organizing today's seminar is to prepare ourselves with more manufacturing capacity with green storage energy to make a pollution-free country. Leaders of today's topic will definitely show us light on the subject matter. Currently, among all batteries, lithium-ion batteries do not only dominate the battery market of portable electronics, but also have a widespread application in the booming market of automotive and stationary energy storage. The reason is that the battery technologies before lithium, that is the lead acid or nickel-based batteries, and the battery technologies beyond lithium, so-called the post-lithium technologies, such as the sodium-ion batteries, mainly suffer from significantly lower energy density and specific energy compared to the state-of-the-art lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries, especially solid-state batteries, are the most promising and emerging technology to further remarkably increase the energy density and driving range of EVs, electrical vehicles. However, this technology needs further research and development to meet lifetime fast charging and cost requirements. Due to their high power density, nearing equal to 1500 watt per kg, and energy range 50 watt hour per kg, energy density slightly greater than 95%, and also relatively long cycle life, measured in thousands of cycles, lithium-ion batteries are the accepted solution for electronics, transportation, and grid storage. China is by far the leader in the battery race with nearly 80% of the global lithium-ion manufacturing capacity. The country also dominates other parts of the battery supply chain, including the mining and refining of battery minerals like lithium and graphite. The US is following China from afar with around 6% or 44 gigawatt hour of global manufacturing capacity. Tesla and Panasonic Giga Nevada accounts for the majority of it with 37 gigawatt hour of annual capacity, making it world's largest battery manufacturing plant. European countries collectively make up for 68 gigawatt hour for around 10% of the global battery manufacturing. The government of India has approved the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme, National Program on Advanced Chemistry Cell (ACC) battery storage for achieving manufacturing capacity of 50 gigawatt hour of ACC, with enhancing India's manufacturing capabilities with a budgetary offer of 18,100 crore. Under the said initiative, the emphasis of the government is to achieve greater domestic value addition, while at the same time ensure that the levelized cost of the battery manufacturing in India is globally competitive. India's first lithium reserve found in Jammu and Kashmir is the best quality very recently. Lithium falls is the critical resource category which was not earlier available in India, and we were dependent for its 100% import. The advanced study of the GSI shows the presence of best quality lithium in abundant quantity. I will not lengthen my deliberation. Thank you all for patient hearing.
Thank you so much. And may we now request our most esteemed guest, Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director of IIT Kharagpur, for his address.
Well, good morning to all of you. In fact, I'm very happy that I have been given this opportunity to be here. It's a surprise to me that my friend Professor Mukhopadhyay, Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, is also here. In fact, he is the right man for talking about the batteries. But fact remains, as my friend just now told about the details of what energy crisis is and going to be. In fact, if you know, today we are just talking of energy. We are talking of there could be a war for water, and there could be water and a requirement for agriculture, the food production. We know that particularly if you talk the whole global area, we have at present about 7.3 billion people in the whole world, and by 2050 it will be 9.8 billion. And the production of food has been decreasing because across the globe, and particularly in countries like China and India, India in more context of this, we find that the land which was available for agriculture for production has shrunk because the population has swelled from 1947 when we become independent in 33 crore people, and now more than 140 crore people here. So you, in order to hold those people, give them education, give them transport, give them medical facilities, housing, roads, everything. I think you require energy and you require infrastructure. And for all these infrastructure, you require the basic requirement that the amenities which the people require, the human being requires. And therefore, the land has shrunk. And since the land has shrunk, we do not have location where we can produce more. And therefore, we are talking of high-end technology which could be used for production, high production. You must have heard that our Prime Minister have said that we have to double the farmer's income. Now, it's not easy to double the farmer's income. It's possible to do only when you have the technologies which are available today. You must have also seen that people are not available for working in agriculture because even in the context of West Bengal, I've been here and I have gone to more than 400 villages in West Bengal. I can tell you that we have shortage of water. And that is why they just take one crop, which is during the season of rain. They get rainwater, they cultivate one crop, and after that they don't do it because they don't have water. It's a problem for last 35, 40 years or so. And you cannot have any other crop unless you have at least some amount of water. Because the water is not available, it's not possible to have more production. Now, how to do and how to enhance the production of the farmer, the income of the farmer to double or triple, whatever, I think you require other ways by which we can say intercropping, multi-cropping, various other crops, cash crops that we talk of. You cannot take tea as the cash crop, which is being, which requires a different type of environment. You require certain environment for certain crops. So we need to have those crops. But for those crops, you require bigger lands. And you must have seen that the land available for the farmers of, let's say, eastern part of the country, the West Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, you will find that the land is very small lands. In those lands, the farmers are also not in a position to utilize bigger machines, and which requires bigger power. And we are talking of power, of course. When you are talking of power, you have to have the storage of this power, which, of course, Professor Mukhopadhyay will talk of this in more detail. This is storage of power, first of all, generating the power, storing the power, and then use the power. We know that we are talking, and we know that it was talked that by 2050, I think there will be no fuel, no energy available, particularly the fossil fuels will not be available. So what should we do for that? And that's why we are talking of the alternate energy. And in the alternate energies, you have the solar energy, you have the wind energy, you have geothermal energy. And we are working on this. In fact, at IIT Kharagpur, the Department of Electrical Engineering, Professor Mukhopadhyay's department, Professor Mukhopadhyay himself, other faculty members, even in the physics department, in material science, in chemistry department, I think people are working on the batteries. The gentleman just talked of the details of how the chemical which is there in the battery works and all that. What are the different materials which are used for this? There has been a talk, but we have not been successful. I think if you talk of this, the whole world is talking of battery technology. But I think that these technologies are known to be people only. But by this time, if you have given emphasis on the various energies to be tapped, we would have done by this time. But not done. Now it's time for us to really think of this energy seriously, take up projects, take up consultancy, and join hands with the industries to create this. We require water In fact, underwater batteries for our ships, the submarines. There are some work going on in this area also in IIT Kharagpur. I can tell you that the energy, particularly the one which is now very much available and clean energy, we have that solar. And every organization for that matter, when we are talking of green energy, when we are talking of energy to be utilized from what is available from sun, I think we have tapped. And I can tell you that IIT Kharagpur, we have 1/3 of the power which we are getting, which we are utilizing on a daily basis, we are getting from sun. A lot of places, even in the different organizations also, we are thinking of, and people have put the solar panels on their rooftop, because this is the energy which is available to us. We are fortunate, we belong to the temperate zone here in the part of the world, and therefore it is possible for us to utilize that energy. Wind is another form of energy, in fact, which is utilized in the western part, particularly in Gujarat and other areas, where you have a lot of energy available from the wind, and they have tapped so much. And the Gujarat Energy Development Corporation is also there. If you know, they are talking mostly. They are tapping this solar and wind energy. So these are the energy which we need to talk, and we need to do research on that. In fact, there should be abhiyan, what we say, that let us talk that there has to be a decade of energy. And energy is the one I said about power, water. Yes, because how will you tap the water unless you do not have energy for the pump? We are talking of water to every house. How do you bring this power, water to every house unless you have energy? You need the power. You need to operate the pump, and therefore you need to operate the motor. And how the motor will operate unless you have the energy, whether you talk of electrical energy or you talk of solar energy or any other energy. Therefore, the central theme of our research, which should be there and next decade or so, should be of energy, whether you talk of all renewable sources of energy, because these sources are going to deplete. And we are also talking, why so? Because these fossil fuels are going to create environment problems. All of us know that how the environment has already got polluted, and we need to have clean environment. You have seen that in some areas, particularly in Delhi and all that we have seen, because burning of the straw which is there, particularly after harvesting of paddy and wheat. Now this paddy in particular, because the farmers doesn't have time, he is trying for getting that period, 1 week time in which he has to plant a new crop, next crop, and this has to be taken out from his field, and that's why they burn, and the environment has been polluted. So we need to look for the environment. We need to have a clean environment. We need to have clean environment around our campuses, around our house colonies and all that. And therefore, energy is the talk of the day. I'm very happy that Engineers Welfare Forum is talking of the battery of energy. And I tell you, this is another thing which I saw outside. We're talking of this year has been declared as the decade of our year, and it should be in fact decade of what is that which you are calling up, if anyone? Millet. In fact, I can tell you, I was just telling to the gentleman, Professor Das or so, that these millets in our villages, we used to have plenty. Now I don't see, because people are talking of good quality rice, the size of the rice and the quality of the rice and the whiteness and polishing of the rice. But those things were available at that time, and those are the things which were actually taken by not the elite, the people who are actually working in the fields. So, and today, see, with those they were so stronger, and with all this high quality and good quality rice, we were not so strong. Those people whose houses they used to work. So I think we must generate from there that those have a lot of energy and a lot of other good nutrient values for these things. And therefore, now we are going back to that. And everybody is thinking that this has come something from where, somewhere else. Not at all. In fact, this is very much there. You go to interior parts of UP, Bihar, at least I can say, I've not seen in West Bengal, but I can tell you UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, these millets are so much consumed and also produced by the farmers. And in this age, I think for that merit also you need energy, and everywhere there is need for energy. I'm very happy to see that young engineers with a lot of energy here are available to see that what Professor Mukhopadhyay talks of the battery storage and what are the research which is going on in the next 10 years of time, what research you should do. And I will be happy to be here for a few minutes and hear maybe Professor Mukhopadhyay as to what is that energy. Thank you very much for calling me.
Thank you so much, Professor Tiwari. And the flagship journal has already been mentioned. So this annual technical journal, which is called GenNext, will now be released, and we would be very privileged indeed that for the formal release, if we can request Professor Tiwari. And on the dais, I would request Devopriyo Mitra, our President, Shomen Dash, our General Secretary, Prashanta Sinha, our Treasurer, Arindam Ghoshal, our Assistant Treasurer, and Shomi Kumar Dotto, the Chairman of the Seminar Organizing Committee, to kindly come up and hand the copy of our flagship journal, annual technical journal, GenXT. And Power GenXT would now be opened by Professor Tiwari. So copies of Power GenXT. This is volume 11, is now handed over to everyone, and they would simultaneously open the wrapping, and that would mark the opening of the 11th volume of Power GenXT. Can we greet this occasion with, yes, very warm applause. We'll take a photograph. Right. So with that, we temporarily close the inaugural session. We'll have a tea break, after which we will reconvene in a very short time for the technical session.
সাহেব এখন কোন ডিপার্টমেন্টে?
ভালো নেই কেন কি জানো
হ্যালো দাও ওটা হ্যাঁ আমার ঘরে
One, two, three, four. Hello, one, two, three, four. Hello, one, two, three, four. 1 2 3 4. Hello. Hello. 1 2 3 4. Mic testing. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. 1 2 3 4. Hello.
না কেউ খায়নি কিচ্ছু খায়নি
টেকনিক্যাল সেশন আর বইটিতে প্রথম স্পিকার হচ্ছেন রাজীব কুমার দাস, হ্যাঁ, আমি টেকনিক্যাল সেশন তো
The number one.
আমাদের মেলে
সেটা অসুবিধা নেই। একবারে একবার করে ডাকছি, ফেলিসিটেট করছি, প্রেজেন্টেশন হচ্ছে, আবার পরে আমরা শুরু করে দিই, ওকে থামানো যাবে না। Welcome back to our technical session. And we will commence our technical session with the presentation of Sri Rajiv Kumar Das. As we all know that he has been associated, he's still associated with CESC as a consultant now, but he had retired as the deputy general manager. His area of expertise is varied, starting from planning of electricity distribution network, reform activities on distribution networks, and managing regulatory affairs, including filing tariff petition, indeed also defending cases in various courts. So he wears many feathers on his cap. Sri Rajiv Kumar Das is invited onto the dais for his presentation, and Mr. Rajiv Kumar Das would be felicitated by Mr. Shundeep Kumar Jana, who is the secretary, the zonal secretary of the Kolaghat Thermal Power Station. So we would request Sri Shundeep Kumar Jana to also come onto the dais. Can we have lights on the dais, please? Rajiv Kumar Das has already joined us. একটু ডায়াসে আলোটা দেবেন। Thank you. May I now request Shundeep Kumar Jana to felicitate Sri Rajiv Kumar Das. May we now request Sri Rajiv Kumar Das to proceed with his presentation.
এটা তো আমি সবচেয়ে সুবিধা হবে প্রিন্টারটাই বের করবি তো সরি কার্ড হয়ে গেল এটা তো স্যার শার্ট চেঞ্জের পয়েন্টটা আপনাকে দেবো আমি এটা ফুল স্ক্রিনটা দেবো হ্যাঁ দিচ্ছি। ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ এটা অন অফ লাইটটা ডিম করে লাইটটা একটু ডিম ডিম করে
Good afternoon, everybody. So, thank you, WBPDCL Engineers Forum. I'm happy to be here. So, I attended this annual program for last few years. The subject this year they have chosen is it's a topical, it's very important subject. Now, here I shall talk on application of battery energy storage system in power system, specifically distribution system. Now, these are the content of this discussion. Now, we face many challenges in power sector, and some of challenges here I have noted. One is reduction in carbon footprint, and for that there is RE ambition. At present, the total capacity is about 120 gigawatt, and target is to reach 500 gigawatt by 2030. So in about 7-8 years time, so another near about 400 gigawatt would be added to the system. And not only in bulk, but also there will be distributed sources, distributed solar, distributed wind, and other energy resources like battery. And with such large capacity of RE sources, wind and solar, these are intermittent, all we know how to manage, balance this demand and generation. There are commercial challenges. I am not going into it. Now, this is our present power capacity. Many of us we know 420 gigawatt, out of which 120 gigawatt is RE. And if we look at the RE capacity on our right, so solar and wind, it contributes about 90%. So 60% is nearly, say, not 60, more than 50% is solar as of now, and it is growing at a rapid rate. So this is the growth. If we look at this, so here we see in last 8-9 years, the total capacity 4 times in RE. And if we look at solar, so it was 2.6 gigawatt or 2,632 megawatt, and now solar has reached at 63,302 megawatt. So there is exponential growth in solar. So the reason is, one is of course commitment to climate. So we must add RE sources. That is one. And for that, initially there is push by the government in through various ways like higher depreciation, then viability gap funding, etc., etc. RPO also there, renewable purchase obligation. And another is economics. If we look at this curve, so 2009-10 price of solar energy was 18 rupees, and 16-7 it is 5 rupees 68 paisa as determined by our Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. Now, after 16-17, then CERC stopped determining this generic tariff. So because market has taken it up. So if we look at the market price, then from 2016 it was a maximum 4.8 and average 4.8 and minimum 4.3 rupees per kWh, and thereafter in 2020, so average is 2 rupees 70 paisa and minimum discovered price is 2 rupee per kWh. And thereafter, because of some taxes, duties, etc., there is a little bit rise. But anyway, the price is now discovered is 3 rupee, a little bit less or more than 3 rupee. So because of this low price, the capacity of solar is being added rapidly. In case of wind, the growth is not that much because price has attained that kind of saturation. So there is not much decline in wind. So solar, with that solar capacity addition, if we look at the market price now in India, so a portion of power, not full, about more, little bit more than 10% power is traded in the market exchanges. If we look at the market price, then we see that during morning time there is little bit rise in power price, say 6 rupee around, and during daytime, say 9 a.m. afterward till 5 in the afternoon, power price is 2 rupee 50 paisa to 3 rupee. And that's due to, because in the market, this price is determined on the basis of demand and availability. Since during daytime, there is plenty of solar power, so price is very low. But when sun sets, price goes as high as 12 rupee per kWh, and that too because of the cap set by the CERC. Otherwise, before the setting of cap, it touched 25 rupees, around 25 rupees. So this is the scenario in market. Now with battery storage, of course, there is a possibility of the second one, energy arbitrage. So when power price is low, when power is available, we can store it, and during evening hours, when, or even morning peak hours, when power price is high, we can discharge, we can get it from battery. So this is called energy arbitrage. So we can balance this price through energy arbitrage. This could be one major application of battery energy storage system. Next, one is that deferral of investment, in particular transmission and distribution sector. If we look at the average price of electricity, some consumers they pay a little bit more, some consumers they pay less. But average price, if we see, 10% goes to transmission and 20 to 30% goes to distribution. Balance is for electricity that we get from generation sector. Now, if we add this battery storage, we can avoid a large portion of our investment in T&D sector. Thereby, by putting capacitor bank, so we can defer or avoid some of our investment in T&D sector and reduce our average cost of supply or tariff to our consumers. So that is number one. Number three is smoothing of solar generation locally. So solar is highly fluctuating. So recently I went to Andaman for a program there. So in Andaman, total demand is the for Port Blair, it is about 55 megawatt, and there they have added 25 megawatt of solar capacity, rooftop or ground mounted. They have battery to alleviate this intermittency, but battery capacity is less, only 8 megawatt hour, and battery could not manage that intermittency. And because of high fluctuation of solar, since it is not, it is island, so it is not in the main grid of our country, so grid cannot absorb that high fluctuation, and there is rampant I'd say tripping, not load shedding, tripping, because when sun is there, full supply is there. Whenever sun is not there, and there is often there is too much cloud. So when sun is not there, so there is less generation from solar or no generation from solar. So and there is load shedding. So this is very frequent. So if anybody of you visit Andaman, you will see in a day 10 or 12 times there is interruptions. So we can smooth generation if we can add battery, in particular locally. Then voltage regulation. There, this could be another application with battery storage with the inverter. We can use for voltage regulation. When the voltage is high, we would absorb the reactive power to reduce the voltage, and when voltage is low, we can inject through the our PCS, power conversion system, into the grid to improve the voltage. So peak demand reduction that I said, see, if we study any load condition, load curve of a system, power system, whether it is total for WBSC, DCL or CESC, or even say for a district, we will see that peak demand occurs only for occasions in entire year, and we have to develop the network to meet that peak demand. So in an so maximum say 20 occasions peak demand occurs. How much time left? 10 minutes. Fine. So now if we can manage those occasions, so we can reduce our investment in T&D network. So thereby, if we have battery, apart from using it for other purposes, energy storage, then smoothing, grid smoothing, etc., so we can use it for deferral of or reduction of peak demand, thereby deferral of our investment in T&D network. Then in CSC, so I think it was already told that I worked in CSC for about 39 years. Then I retired in 2022 in April. Now I am working as consultant to the company. Now in CSC, we have installed 2 battery storage, small, of the order of 300 kWh. So these are the experience that the battery, so peak saving. So if we set that battery, then whenever demand goes beyond certain level, battery will start discharging. That the system, the load will not be from the grid, but will from the battery. And on the other hand, when demand is low beyond the threshold value, then battery will get charged in the grid. So deviation settlement mechanism to manage the grid, to balance the grid. And so that frequency is maintained 50 cycles. So if frequency is high, a little bit, there is little bit change recently, but anyway, the basis is almost same. When the frequency is high, then you should not inject power, or your demand should not be less than the scheduled. And when there is frequency is low, you should not draw more power, so that otherwise so that you should not deteriorate the conditions of the system. So if we have battery when frequency is high, so power price is very low, so you can charge your battery when frequency is high. On the other hand, when frequency is low, the power price goes high, you can discharge the power from the battery to get the economic benefit. So that provision is there, and battery can operate with that regime in seconds. So again, we have this experience. When frequency is high, battery gets charged. When frequency is low, battery starts discharging. So this experience we have in our system. So this one, energy arbitrage, battery can be set for that one also. As I shown that during daytime power price is low, whenever it will follow the market price. Whenever price is low, battery will start gets charged. When price is high, battery will discharge. So this can be done. This is a small system of battery. In case of, say, if we put a battery against a distribution transformer, this is the system. So the 420 volt grid is there, and after that there is a isolation transformer, and thereafter battery is there on your right, and battery is connected with, there is a software EMS kind of thing, and inverter is bidirectional, because so both DC to AC and AC to DC, for charging AC to DC and for discharging DC to AC. So same thing, similar structure. If we look at larger scale, say 10 gigawatt hour battery, 10 megawatt battery, it could be for a 1 hour or it could be for 2-hour application. So these are the some of the projects in our country. Now recently in that budget, there is a provision for 4,000 megawatt hour battery, and in the meantime many states like Kerala, then UP, they floated tender for installing battery at their different substations level. In Ladakh, so there is a program for installing 50 megawatt or some solar capacity along with 60 megawatt hour battery, so that solar power will be stored when demand is less, and during evening time, the locality, they will get power from the battery. So similarly, then NTPC they have their plans to put up battery storage in different plants. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was absolutely on target and absolutely on time. Each speaker is requested to confine his presentation within 20 minutes. So now we have the privilege of welcoming Sri Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, who has a long association with IIT Kharagpur, right from his BTech days, then MTech, then PhD. And now Dr. Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay is the professor and head Department of Electrical Engineering, and he's also the coordinator of the Indo-German Collaborative Research Center on Intelligence Transportation Systems at the IIT Kharagpur. May I now request before Sri Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay starts his presentation, I would request Sri Orindam Ghoshal to please come up. the Assistant Treasurer, Sri Orindam Ghoshal, to felicitate Sri Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay. May we now request Professor Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay to start his presentation.
So namaskar. I'm not saying this as a matter of protocol, but it is. It fills my heart to see that so many young people have organized a topic of great technical significance and. That was very interesting and nice to see. It's a pleasure. And thank you for inviting me. Do I need this?
No, you can use this.
So we are going to talk about batteries, and I have some experience of working on a particular class of battery applications. We, of course, electrical engineers, when we go to our first year electrical circuits class, the first thing we learn is a battery. But interestingly, we probably don't learn enough even when we graduate. A battery is a very complex device, and the kind of exposures that and I don't think we give enough exposure to our electrical engineering students to batteries. Anyway, the point that I would like to make is that electric mobility is a very important application of batteries, and it is a very popular thing. You hear about it in the social media a lot. So we will, but still, I would argue that in spite of all the interest and enthusiasm, enough is not happening in electric mobility scenario. We will try to look into why it is not happening, and we'll see that the battery plays a very important role there. But more importantly, we'll see that if we, cross these hurdles, because we do have to cross them. It's interesting to see that basically a spectrum of technologies are required to have people buy electric cars. I bought a car about 2 weeks back. I am an electric car researcher. I didn't buy an electric car. And there are reasons for it. But there are things that can be done about it. So that's the essential topic of the lecture. So I thank you for the opportunity of sharing my thoughts, and I always like to acknowledge whatever I'm going to speak of. I have learned from my colleagues and my students, and of course my sponsors. So basically, we need electric mobility for three major reasons. The first is that we need less carbon emission, and in our country, when we burn electricity, we do produce carbon. That's global. We need local air pollution to be managed. Air pollution is really, really a concern. And the third is that we don't produce oil. We actually spent a lot of national resource trying to buy oil. So these are the three major reasons why we absolutely need electric transportation in India. There are various advantages and disadvantages. It's beautiful actually. I mean, if you have ridden an electric vehicle, a four-wheeler, something like Tata Nexon, it's a pleasure. It's somewhat dangerous as well. It's very silent. It can accelerate very fast. It's very nice to ride it, but there are some major disadvantages. And some of these disadvantages are that we have short range. In any normal car you buy, you have something like 400 kilometers of range easily. More than that, actually 500 is more like a figure, 500-600. Here we have, depending on the money you are willing to spend, maybe 200, maybe less. Charging is slow. Cars are expensive. So there are lots of reasons, and we'll look at them in some details, and that's one of the stumbling blocks. See, where electric vehicle sales is happening at 2 points. It's happening at two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and it's also happening at the bus range. At the bus range, it's generally public money which is being spent. The governments are buying the buses. And at the low range, people are buying electric scooters. But in the four-wheeler range or in the pickup van range, we are not seeing enough electric vehicles. That's the problem that we are going to talk about. Let's see what we mean by electric vehicle. So we know what is a conventional vehicle, and do we have? Can you see my mouse? So in a conventional vehicle, you have an engine which is coupled through a transmission to the wheels. And in electric vehicles, you have that. You could have an engine. Today, previously people used to think that electric vehicles means only motor. Today in the market, at least we have 3-4 vehicles which are strong hybrid, in the sense that they have a motor which can also generate torque along with the engine. We have 3 vehicles, all from Japan. Very interesting. And they are quite successful. So ideally speaking, you could have 2 propulsion sources, one from the engine, the other from a battery. And there are different ways that you could get energy in the electric energy. It could be if it's a plug-in hybrid, then you can get electric energy by charging it from a socket. If it's a normal hybrid, then you can charge the battery also from the engine. So finally, the whole power comes from petrol, but a lot of advantage can be gained from that, and it's very surprising. I mean, when I saw the energy efficiency figures of, let us say, Honda City, which is a very successful sedan in India. If you compare the fuel economy with Honda City Hybrid, which has come into the market about 6 weeks to 2 months back, you will be amazed. The Honda City sedan has a fuel economy at the level of 17 kilometers. This is the ARAI figure, which is 17.6 or something like that. And the Honda City Hybrid, which also derives all energy from oil because it's not a plug-in hybrid, its fuel economy is of the order of 26, 27 kilometers. So there's a 60-70% increase in fuel economy, while the energy still comes from petrol. How does that happen? So there's a huge scope of energy management in the vehicle. That's the central point that I'm trying to make in this talk. All right, so look at electric vehicle markets. We hear them. You will see, if you see, that we are not selling too many. So although the sale is increasing and we hope to sell, and there is a lot of support, the government gives subsidy, but still the electric vehicle sales is around 5% of all vehicle sales in India. Only 5%. And that's also, mostly concentrated in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler areas. So the reasons are there are reasons. We are not as rich that we can easily go and buy a Tesla. So this is a slide which I like to show. If you just compare two of the most, Tata Nexon is a very well-selling car from the Tata stables, and they have a Tata Nexon EV. So these are the same cars. So you can just compare them. They have the same dimensions. They have similar weights. The electric vehicle is slightly. So there are a couple of things you will see. So first you will see that they are roughly same drag coefficient, nearly same carb weight. Electric one is a little heavier because of the battery. First of all, you will see that the torque response is very high. So electric vehicles pull a lot of torque, and you can get a lot of quick acceleration if you want to, which gives you a thrill. Their mileage. This is Tata claims on paper that is 300 kilometer per full charge. I'm sure it's obtained, but it's obtained under very careful conditions, and you will not get it. You typically, by talking to users, I find that it's about 200. So, and the interesting thing is that the cost of the electric version is about 70% higher. So will you buy a car? So that's one of the biggest factors, but it is offset also by the fact that the running cost is very low. The cost of the battery, which is a 300 kilowatt hour battery roughly, or 30 kilowatt hour battery, I'm sorry, is somewhat between 30 and 40% of the vehicle. It's about 6-7 lakhs, the battery itself. So now you have a 7 lakhs battery in your car, which grows old. You have to bother about insurance if you get into an accident. So these factors are important. So these factors worry the customer. But what I'm trying to say is that the economy of the electric vehicle today comes from the fact that it has a very low running cost, and therefore you will have to try to lower it further, and you will have to make the life longer. If you make the life longer, then it may make sense to buy an electric vehicle compared to a normal vehicle. That's what the research is trying to do. That's what I do in my research as well. All right, so this is a sort of restatement. I work with so this is a statement that one of my collaborators from Tata Motors says that in India, Sasta, Sundar and Tikau vehicles will sell. So it has to be reliable, it has to be cheap, and it has to be Sundar means in performance, Sundar. But one of the reasons that we have is that everybody talks about battery. If you see this battery, we have competency gaps in India in electric vehicles. We are trying to sell electric vehicles, but we cannot make battery cells. We can almost all of the battery that we use, a very, very large percentage, is actually imported. So we do not know how to make. We are going to probably learn because there are big factories coming up, but that's a competency gap. And there are other competency gaps as well. Car manufacturers typically depend on their tier 1 suppliers. So all the OEMs that you buy, they actually depend on other companies. For example, a Tata car we will be having a Bosch controller. So the controller comes from another company, and that knowledge of control is mostly with them. So we have these gaps, and so unless you bridge them, you cannot do energy management yourself. So that's something that we should look at in our research. And whenever you hear, people talking of electric vehicles, everybody talks about the motor and the battery. But I argue here that even if you have great motor and battery, that's not going to give you great fuel economy. You need great control. So just by having a great guitar, you cannot create good music. You have to play it well, right? So that times no load. So this load to the distribution authorities. But anyway, let's. I think our 20 minutes is more or less done. So you.
Sir, you finish.
So the last thing that I want to mention is that it's very interesting, particularly, I mean, I can discuss this for 2 minutes in this crowd because we are all electrical engineers, mostly many mechanical engineers also. But the fact that batteries are generally series connection of cells. When you have a series connection of cells, just like a chain, the strength of the string is actually decided by the weakest element in that chain. So what is going to happen is that when you are going to start out with a new battery, all of them are almost equally strong because they come from the same manufacturer, they're all new, etc. But they have some manufacturing problems, and then they live through a different thermal history. It depends on how the pack is constructed. Sometimes air is flowing on the battery. So if air is flowing on the battery, this cell is always experiencing air at let us say 3 degrees centigrade more than this cell because air is flowing this way. So the thermal history of this battery and this battery are different, and therefore they will age differently. So now in a string, you are going to have a number of cells which have aged differently, which means that now their capacities are different. So when you charge them using a series current, their state of charge and voltages some will quickly reach high, some will slow. So you see now, and when the voltage reaches high, you'll have to stop because you cannot overcharge any cell. So now, because even if there are other cells which have capacity, you are not using it. Such an expensive thing. The full capacity of the battery, and you also endanger its life. So this is also very important. Today, most BMSs do not have active charge balancing; they have passive charge balance, which is very slow process, limits because there are other issues. So I'm just mentioning the problems to you to say that to make a car price effective for an Indian customer is actually a humongous technical problem, and it's very interesting, very interdisciplinary, and we should work on it. As a researcher, I'm delighted. As a customer, I'm not. So this is my last slide. So I think it's always good to build a better battery or a better motor. Fine, always. By the way, we have big competency gaps even for motors because automotive motors are not the same motors. We have got the delivery of our first designed automotive motor this week. So they look different. Their whole design is different. So even if you have that, it's very important that given a battery and given a powertrain, you operate it well. That can give you 15, 20, 30, 40% advantage, as we have seen from these two cars, right? The cars which are on the market. And an energy cost arises from a choice of operating point. So you need to constantly, automatically, algorithmically choose these operating points. And it happens because you have some degrees of freedom. You can optimize only when you have options. So you have to create propulsion options, and having two propulsion sources does exactly that. And then battery life cycle management is actually critical for xEVs. And there are many things which are not in place, and there are lots of things that we need to do. And these will, it's very appropriate for a power company to understand these, because these are all related to our distribution. So that's about it. I love to say this, that we did it in space and we can do on the road too. We can do a lot of things. It depends on what you focus, and this is probably something worth focusing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this was absolutely core topic area, and I'm sure every one of us enjoyed it. May I now call upon the stage Mr. Durgesh Agarwal, who is the Senior Manager of Renewable Energy, NTPC Limited. Mr. Durgesh Agarwal, our next speaker would be felicitated by Shubhajit Goswami, Secretary of the EWF of the Shautaldi Power Station. Just a gentle reminder, 20 minutes for each speaker.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be a part of this very knowledgeful session, and we have it's good to hear directly from uh, HOD Electrical of IIT Kharagpur and Mr. Das, who has such a great experience. And it's very heartening and pleasant to see that a forum like employee welfare is, so much keen on learning capability building of its employees. We normally such kind of forums are, engaged in employee welfare. So it's very uh, I'm very happy to see that. So my topic for the day is energy storage. The way we see as a developer, NTPC is a developer. We are developing solar plants, wind plants, and now also going to energy storage. So some of this has, I think, already been covered by Das sir. So as we all know that India's green energy success story has been quite successful. And from 15 rupees, 18 rupees tariff of solar, we have gone to around 2 rupees tariff. There were times when government had to force installation of solar plants, and now it is the choice of the customer. And going ahead on that path, our Prime Minister has declared goals for COP26 that will reduce 45% of our emissions by 2030. Will be net zero carbon by 2070, and 50% of our energy will come from. To do that, we have kept a target of 500 gigawatt of RE by 2030. So, but with that, will there'll be, a lot of challenges will also come into the grid, because as Das sir has already said that because of the variable nature of the sources, generation sources that are there. So wind is very uh, it's very unpredictable in nature, across the day, across seasons, and there are minute to minute variations. So integrating such kind of resource into the grid, it becomes very challenging for the grid operator to stabilize the grid. And solar generation also, on normal days, it is sort of a stable generation. It is a predictive generation. You can predict to some extent that it is going to follow a certain kind of trajectory. But on cloudy days, as sir was talking about Andaman, so there we have some issues like that when there is cloudy movement. So it also becomes very, unpredictable. And the on top of that, the demand timing of the load is much different from the supply timing. So supply, you can see that it happens mainly during the mid of the day, whereas the demand is on the morning of the day as well as on the evening of the day. So till now we could add whatever capacity we have added, because there was quite good amount of base load from thermal and from nuclear and from hydro plants. So we could use this renewable energy without doing, much into energy storage. But now as we go ahead, this won't be the case anymore. So we'll have to put energy storage into the grid. So just briefly, uh, uh, two main uses of energy storage: peak shaving. So there are two peaks, morning peak and evening peak from the load side. But for the generation side, we have the afternoon peak. So this can be shifted. We can charge the batteries during the daytime, and we can discharge during the evening and morning time. Then PV smoothing. So if there are fluctuations, so we can have a smaller scale of battery with less in energy density, but more on the power capacity. So that can be used to smoothen the curve. So with all these battery, not just battery storage, energy storage as a whole can serve a lot of purposes on the grid. If you see from the bigger grid scale side, so that can provide flexibility and reliability and ensuring security of the grid. They can bridge the gap between the demand and supply. We can do peak shifting, peak shaving, ramp up control, frequency control, and sometimes we have to curtail the RE, renewable energy generation, which has zero marginal cost. So whenever you are curtailing the RE, you are actually making a loss to the country. So this problem can also be handled by the energy storage, and this will enable us to transition smoothly from this conventional based energy sources to renewable sources, and it will help us in maintaining our commitment to environment, and it will also help us in reducing the cycling of the thermal plants. So as of today, in recent years, a lot of cycling of thermal plants is being done. Plants which used to operate at 80%, 90% PLF a few years back are now operating at 60%, 70%. So there is underutilization of the thermal plant asset also, and frequent ramp up, ramp down is also affecting the life of the thermal plants. So with this, we can also address that. So just a outlook of the Indian power sector. This is a report by the CEA, wherein projections have been made for next 10 years. So if we take a scenario for around 2031, 32, there's expected to be around 360 gigawatt capacity requirement. And in energy terms, if we talk, it will be like 24 lakhs million units that are going to be required around 2030. So if we work out in detail and see what kind of storage and what kind of solar, wind, and all those things will be required to meet that demand. So it's predicted to be around that there is peak load demand of 325 gigawatt, and to meet that we'll have to install around 775 gigawatt of total generation capacity. And in that, solar is expected to be around 270 gigawatt, wind is expected to be around 120 gigawatt, and other sources. And to manage all these things, we'll need around 25 gigawatt of battery energy storage system, and with an approximate duration of 4 hours to 5 hours. So this is another projection by a group called ISA, which they are closely into energy storage. So they have predicted a requirement of around 160 gigawatt hour by 2030. Of that, around 100 gigawatt maybe will be required for renewable integration, and for the discom side, it will be around 18 gigawatt hour, and for consumer like commercial and industrial customers, large industrial customers, it will be around 26 gigawatt, and ancillary services, it will be around 5 gigawatt hour. So as we have seen that there are multiple needs of wherein this energy storage has to address the requirement. So for and to address these requirements, there will be requirement of different solutions ranging from kilowatts to megawatts to in the range of gigawatts. So there will be solutions required in the range of, if you have to do integration, it will be around in megawatt scale of 250 megawatt, 500 megawatt. If you have to do load shifting, then also around a megawatt scale. If you're doing ancillary services, maybe you require lesser capacity. So as of now, as we all know that there are a lot of options available in energy storage. Mechanical, we have pumped hydro, compressed air, flywheel, electrochemical, a lot of batteries like lead acid, lithium, sodium sulfur, zinc. Thermal energy storage is also there. Then maybe if we need a very short burst of energies, we can use supercapacitors. And then chemical storage, where you can use power to power, that's in fuel cells, or maybe power to gas, you can use green hydrogen and like that. So there are a lot of plethora of technologies that are available, and each of these will have its own space because there are different requirements. So there'll never be one solution fits all condition, because and that is we are trying to show here. Like if you say a pumped hydro, so if the need of discharge is around in hours or days, and power requirement is around megawatt hours, so you will have solutions like pumped hydro, compressed air, or hydrogen fuel cell. Whereas if your requirement is very less, like in the range of kilowatts and seconds, then you can use supercapacitors. Then flow batteries can also help you give you long duration energy storage sources. So there'll be a mix of solutions. So just I have covered one or two types of storage which are moved from labs and notebooks to actually implementable solutions. So gravimetric storage is one of emerging technology which is certainly gaining commercialization. So these can be different types. I've just shown one type wherein you can lift the blocks from one altitude to higher altitude, uh, and then you can store the energy. So Energy Vault is one such company, and they have made a solution, I think prototype solution of around 20 megawatt hour or 80 megawatt hour, and we have signed an MOU also with them, and we are exploring how we can integrate this gravity storage into long scale duration. Then compressed air, in that, air is compressed uh, when we need to charge or store energy. That air is compressed and stored in underground tanks, and in that process the heat that is generated, that is removed, and that is conserved, and then when there is a requirement, you release a compressed gas, and you drive the turbine through that, and you whatever heat you have saved, you have to put back the heat during that process. So these plants, if become commercial, then they can be very good use for grid storage point of view, because there the space is not a constraint. What we need is efficiency and life cycle. So they can give you around 5,000 to 20,000 cycles and a span of 25 to 40. So and this also, I think they have just getting commercialization in Israel. One company is Augwind. So they have actually installed a demo system of 250 kilowatt and 1 megawatt hour. And pumped hydro has been there since eternal. And as we all know that there can be two reservoirs, upper reservoir, lower reservoir. So during charging, we can transfer the water from lower reservoir to upper reservoir. And when we need power, we can use the potential energy of water to generate electricity. So these are also, from grid point of view, very good solution for a long-term energy storage, because their life is very long. They have 50 to 60 years of life, and their degradation or performance deterioration challenges are not there that are there with the electrochemical storage, and cycle life of around 20,000 to 50,000. And uh, we already have some pump storage, and lots of works is going on in Andhra. A lot of sites have been identified, but okay, we'll come to the but the challenges with pumped hydro is that capital intensive. You have to invest huge amount of money. So taking a decision of such amount of decision, it becomes difficult, and they have long execution time. So if I decide that I have to requirement of pumps of storage of certain gigawatt, and I start building a plant, I'll be able to get it only after 5 to 6 years. So that becomes a very challenging to maintain the grid with such kind of time, and there are environmental issues with that. Compressed air gravimetric, they are also modular in design. They can be installed quickly, but that manufacturing readiness is yet to come. So they are more on the prototype side, and commercially just starting to pick up, and efficiencies are low. So if the cost of energy is high, then these solutions become unviable. So a better option as of now is electrochemical storage, because they're technologically very proven, as sir has already talked about. There are a lot of technologies available, which can give you a lot of solutions. Commercially, they are proven. They have smaller lead time. You can just quickly install. Like if I decide I have to put a plant, maybe in 6 months or 1 year of time, I can commission a battery energy storage plant. And they can have customizable solutions because of the different chemistries, and before the different inverters and BMS systems you can have for maybe long duration storage. You can have for ancillary services. So you can have different solutions. You can have from kilowatt hour range to megawatt or gigawatt hour scale, because the design is modular. So when it comes to electrochemical chemistry, so some chemistries that are more popular are lithium ion, which can give you a cycle life of around 500 to 10,000 cycles, depending on the sub chemistry that we are using, and they can have a life of 5 to 15 years. Sodium sulfur, which can give you a life of 5,000 to 20,000 cycles. Lead acid, it is lower on the sustainability side, so it can give you around 200 to 2000 cycles. Flow batteries are also a new emerging setup, so they can also give you 5000 plus and life of 25 years plus batteries. Yes. So just a basic of lithium ion cell, this anode cathode, and during charging, during discharging, the lithium ions move from anode to cathode, and there is separator. So what are the USPs of lithium ion batteries? Why they are in so much force? Because they are high in energy density that ranges from 100 to 325 watt hour per kgs. They have huge power density, 4000 to 6500 watt per kg. Cycle life is also good, 1000 to 4000, and round trip efficiency is very good. Other technologies might give you 70%, 60%. So they're compact in size, they have long service life, they can provide you fast charging, discharging rate, and they don't have memory effect, which affects the battery performance over years. Uh, but there are also challenges, like Sarah had mentioned that battery safety in lithium ion is a huge challenge, because uh, the charging, you cannot overcharge a lithium ion battery. If you do that, then there's going to be thermal runaway and it may explode. So battery management and safety of lithium ion batteries are very big concern. We have seen so many EV fires recently, that is affecting the image of the battery industry. And you cannot do deep discharge. So when we use battery lithium ion battery, so battery management system becomes a very critical part of the setup. So I've just mentioned some chemistries, lithium ion chemistry, that are in use. LFP, lithium iron phosphate. So these are on the basis of the cathode material that we are using. So if we are using phosphate as a cathode material, then it becomes LFP. So it has high current rating and it can give you long cycle lives. Whereas if you are using nickel and manganese as cathode, uh, it becomes NMC. So and these are slowly taking over LFPs because of their higher specific energy density and thermal characteristics. Then LCO, which are mostly used in our consumer electronic batteries, where cobalt oxide is used as the anode, and LMO, where we use lithium manganese dioxide as cathode. So they have low internal resistance and good current handling, and they can provide higher thermal stability, which is less in LFP and NMC chemistry. But their cycle life and calendar life are less as compared to other chemistries. So you can see each chemistry has its own USP. It will go with a special kind of requirement. So there is another category, that's LTO, wherein in here, in fact, lithium titanate replaces the graphite as the anode, which is the default case in all other chemistries. So with this, we get a very good amount of surface area on the anodes, which is around 100 square per meter. In normal other batteries, it's around 3 square meters per gram. So that enables you to have very fast charging, and it gives you enhanced lifetime of the battery. Then there are solid state batteries. Solid state because there the electrolyte is also solid, instead of being a molten state or gel state like in other batteries. And these are very futuristic, highly advanced, and these are going to be the next generation batteries, and they deliver very high performance and safety, but that comes at a cost, and they are expensive to manufacture. And one disadvantage with them is also that their conductivity reduces at very low temperature, and there is concern of dendrite formation, which leads to short circuits. So we can see that different chemistries have different advantages, different specific energies, so they are suited for different applications. So if you move out from lithium, then some prevalent technologies are sodium sulfur. So in sodium sulfur batteries, you can say, are similar to lithium ion batteries, but here the movement of ion is not of lithium but rather of sodium. And one challenge with them is that they require high operating temperatures of around 270 degree to 350 degrees Celsius. So we have to provide constant heating sources to operate these batteries. Then redox flow batteries, wherein you have two containers having electrolytes at different oxidation states, and that during the charging and discharging process, the electrolyte moves from one container to the other, from one oxidation state to the to the other. The capacity, or you can say the energy capacity or megawatt hour, kilowatt hour of the battery depends on the size of the container of the electrolyte, whereas the power capacity, or if we say in the kilowatt or megawatt, that depends on the uh, uh, PEM membrane uh, or the exchange where the place where the exchange is happening. So we can say these are similar to fuel cells. But the disadvantage that there are a lot of mechanical parts, pumps, and sensors which affect the operability and reliability. Then there are a lot of other chemistries under development: aluminum, air, nickel, manganese, metal, air, zinc, air, other metal air batteries, and lithium sulfur batteries. So you can see that different chemistries have different characteristics. Some are energy dense, some are power dense, some have good round trip efficiency, some are lower in cost, and research and R&D is constantly underway in all of these technologies. And we have predicted, some organizations have predicted that this is going to be the future path of the research. So if you talk of cell cycle life and efficiency, so again, different chemistries are placed very differently. So like LTO, if we see, it has a very high cycle life, and round trip efficiency is also so. If we are using long term project like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, we can use such kind of batteries. But we have a short project of say 5 years, 10 years, then LMC, NMC, LFP batteries might be more useful because they have lesser cycle life, but their cost is also less. Then energy density wise, we can see volumetric energy density versus and gravimetric energy density. So LTO, LFP chemistries are in the range of 150 or 200 kilowatt hour, whereas if you go to other technologies like lithium sulfur or fuel cell, so their energy density is not so much. That is around the range of 700 watt hour per liter. So these are the cost projections. I think the cost of lithium ion batteries has come down drastically in last 7 to 8 years. Although last year there was some sudden hiccups, but now again it seems to be coming down. So there are projections that it should come down to under $100 per kilowatt hour. So maybe then we can use more of these in the commercial industry. So uh, for batteries, there's always going to be two major use cases: EV and stationary storage. But EVs, as of now, have driven the technology industry, the commercial industries, because they have been at the forefront. So all of the research of the industry that has been now there is mainly driven by the EV market. But stationary storage has its a different requirement, because energy density, that is the requirement in EVs, that is not there in grid scale, because we have huge amount of land. Our concern is mainly on the cycle life. It should have a high cycle life. It should have high efficiency, so that the energy that we are putting in should not get lost. So it's like we are like even the Ministry of Power has acknowledged this, and we are coming up with a separate PLI scheme for batteries for stationary energy storage, because now that the PLI that has gone of 50 gigawatt hour, so that is mostly going for the EVs. So there is a shortage of supply for the stationary energy storage market. uh, and the battery supplies also are mostly tied up with the EV manufacturers. So if you talk of stationary energy storage, the key drivers would be, we need long duration energy storage system, and systems which can deliver life beyond 25 years, because plants that solar plants or wind plants that we are building are normally modeled for 25 years. So if we are committing a solution, or if we are committing a bid, a certain price in a bid, wherein we are taking all components, solar, wind, and battery also. So if we have a solution which can sustain a life of 25 years, or if we can predict the cost of that solution for 25 years, then it becomes easy for a developer like us to model that cost and give a realistic tariff. So and the system, and and we need a system with high round trip efficiency. So whenever we put energy in the battery and we take it out, so normally 20%, 30%, 15% of the energy is lost. So as a cost of this energy is going to increase, and if you are going to lose such kind of energy, then it's not going to be sustainable for us. So this is just a rough tariff analysis that was done internally during a presentation to ministry, uh, wherein we have identified two major solutions for the energy storage in the years to come. In the next 5 to 6 years, the ministry has identified one is the battery energy storage and one is the pump storage. Other solutions are there, but because of the different commercial readiness and technology readiness, as of now these two solutions have been identified to take forward. So we can see that the cost of storage is very high, around 9 rupees or 10 rupees, as per the existing whatever tax duties and things are there. So if we the normally the cost of solar energy is around 2 rupees, 3 rupees, and if we put that into battery and take that out, so it comes around 13 rupees, 14 rupees. So that power is not sellable. So that is why we get seeing a lot of talks on battery energy storage, but things are not getting on the ground. So these things we need to address. Whereas pump storage has an advantage over here. The cost of storage around comes around 5 rupees or 6 rupees. So as of now, if we see the price for pump storage is much ahead. And in fact, NTPC had floated a tender of around 3,000 megawatt hour. That was technology and agnostic, when any energy storage technology could participate. So their entire capacity has gone to suppliers who are having pumped energy storage, because battery energy storage could not compete with pumped energy storage. So there are talks of reduction in custom duty, in interest subvention, and providing VGF. As sir told that the ministry has announced VGF for around for 4,000 megawatt hour of batteries in recent. So even with that, expected to come around 7 rupees or for battery storage and 4 rupees for pump storage. So that is a challenge for integration of energy storage to the grid. Policy side and regulatory side, government has been making consistent efforts to formalize the framework for the energy storage, and to provide whatever enablers are required for this industry to go forward. So they have clearly clarified like what is the status of the storage. Anyone can install standalone system, anyone can charge the system, discharge the system, they can install a storage system as a whole. They can sell part capacity to different discoms, they can use themselves. So it is all use options have been let open, and this activity has been delicensed. So the market or the regulatory setup has been created so that people can easily install energy storage systems. And like solar, in initial years the tariff was around 15 to 18 rupees, and now it has come to 2 years. So similar kind of trajectory is expected for battery energy storage. So I think we are at right now we are in a place where solar was around 8 years back. So government is pushing with uh, storage obligation, trying to make initial traffic with obligations. So government has notified storage obligation, wherein each discom is required to meet 1% of its energy requirement through storage. So whether it is solar or wind, that you have to supply through storage, and that is going to increase annually, and it is going to around 24 to 4% by around 29-30. So with this initial traction of for storage will be there, although it is not economically viable or attractable as of now. And other support mechanisms has also been there, like a waiver of ISTS charges for systems with wherein you have battery energy storage systems, and new guidelines for procurement and utilization of battery energy storage systems. Standard guidelines have been notified, so any discom that is looking to hire storage services, they can use that template and float a tender. uh, then CRC has also made provisions for ancillary market, wherein energy storage can also participate in ancillary market. The PLI scheme for battery energy storage for battery manufacturing has been awarded, wherein 50 gigawatt hour capacity is awarded. So I think that has gone to Reliance and Ola and Rajesh Exports. So there are plans of building hundreds of gigawatt hours of battery capacity. And there is also work going on to bring a dedicated PLI scheme, wherein the batteries that are manufactured in those schemes, that will go only for the stationary storage and not for the EV market. So these are some of the tenders that are there as of now. So it's just to give a glimpse that energy storage market is now becoming a reality. So till now there were a lot of talks, but things were not happening on the ground. But since last 1 year, things have started on the ground. In fact, SECI had issued a tender of 500 megawatt and 1,000 megawatt hour that has gone to JSW. And we had also issued a tender of around 3,000 megawatt hour that has gone to Greenco. And but there are certain challenges also with these. As a demand picks up, as a requirement picks up, uh, the resources or the key metals that are there driving these chemistries are limited. So this is a projection for 2030, that by 2030 around 36% of the lithium reserves that are identified as of now, but as we heard that that new reserves being identified. So unless that happens, so around 36% of lithium reserves are going to be used by 2030, and by 2070 they may be falling short. So similar is the case with other metals also. And the supply chain or the processing chain, is very centralized, or is very concentrated. So you can see the raw material supply is mainly there in China. It is there in China, it is there in Chile. But if you see the processing part, it is most of it, most of this is concentrated in China. So that is another challenge in. I think. So these are some of the challenges. The main challenge is that cost of storage is very high, so it is not commercially viable as of now, considering the low cost of energy that is there in our Indian EV, in Indian market. So for to meet that, we'll need financial support. We'll need uh, from the government. There are limited market mechanisms, like in other countries. There are time of day tariff. Where the tariff during the days or during the high peak demand is high, and during the when the supply is more, then there is maybe zero tariff, negative tariff, or very low tariff. So they can there are people who can install energy storage system and charge their system during the low tariff, and then sell off during the high tariff. So those kind of mechanisms are not there in our market, so which is limiting the installation of energy storage. Then there is demand and supply gap. The demand is huge, and it is going to be even more huge, and that is in fact being most of that is going to EV. So for stationary storage, that demand and supply gap is there. Raw materials are limited. Taxes and duties are huge as of now, although the government has taken note of that, and there are works on reducing those taxes and duties. Then recycle and reuse. As sir had said that lead acid, we are fully sufficient of recycling almost 90, or I would say 95, 98% of the batteries that we are using. That is not the case with other batteries. So we have to think of we have to invest on recycling technologies, and also think on reusing, like we can use EV batteries for stationary storage. So some kind of mechanism and industry has to come in between, where the discarded batteries can be made usable for the stationary storage. Then manpower is going to be a big concern. This industry is new for us, and there is a lot of shortage in this kind of market, and it requires very skilled labor and very skilled manpower. So we need to invest in that also. And safety is a very very big concern for lithium ion batteries, as we've all seen EV fires. So we'll need standards and quality control for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And once again, a gentle reminder for the speakers not to exceed their allotted 20 minutes. May we now call upon the dais Professor Niladri Chakraborty. He was the recipient of the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship, and after doing his master's from Jadavpur University, he had he had got the diploma of Imperial College and Doctor of Philosophy from the University of London. Much awarded, of which at least a couple should be mentioned: Abdul Kalam Award and Outstanding Engineer Award. What is really very relevant to today's topic is that Professor Chakraborty's recent research include energy economics, renewable integrated microgrid, environmental measurement, and material modeling, and therefore he is the ideal speaker to speak on today's topic. May I now request Sri Shurojit Jana, Secretary of EWF Bokreshwar, to please come up and felicitate Professor Niladri Chakraborty. Shurojit Jana.
ল্যাপটপটা নিয়েছি, ল্যাপটপটা এই ল্যাপটপটা নিয়েছি। ভালো আছেন? এটা দাও, এটা আর এটা রেখে দাও। দিচ্ছে না, ডাইরেক্ট কানেক্ট করা যাচ্ছে না। কানেক্টটা খোলা আছে। দেখি থাকবে। করে নি, এইখানে একটা মডিফাই করতে হবে। এই পেন ড্রাইভটা কেন ঢোকালে? কোনটা? সাইডে রাখো। ও আচ্ছা, এটার সাথে। খুলছে না কেন? প্রবলেম হচ্ছে তো মনে হচ্ছে তাই। তাহলে কি এটা বের করে স্যার কি আপনি এখান থেকে বার করে দিতে পারবেন? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, তুমি একটু বার করে নিন। হ্যাং করে গেছে। এখানে তো নেই কিছু। রেজিস্টার খুলছে, কিছুই তো করছে না, মুশকিল। হ্যাঁ, তা তো যাবে, কিন্তু কি হলো তো বুঝতে পারছি না। এইমাত্র তো আমি আগে খুললাম, কেন? তুমি কি ওটা কিছুতে মানে তোমার পেন ড্রাইভ ফ্যান ড্রাইভে তুলেছিলে? না না না, আমি আপনার থেকে নিয়েছি। হ্যাং করে গেল কেন বুঝতে পারছি না। না, আমি তো এটাই নিয়ে এসেছি, আমি একটু আগে খুললাম, এখানে হট করে হ্যাং করে গেল। ওকে, আনফরচুনেটলি ক্যান ইউ হিয়ার মি?
আপনি মাইকেই বলুন না, মাইকটা।
Hello. Unfortunately, I cannot open it here, the folder, though I have opened it while I was sitting there. I do not know what is the problem come up. Uh, but okay, being the last speaker, I think you can understand my position, and as because I can understand your position. So, and most of the topics that has been told by the other speakers are very very prudent and very very
knowledge based, and obviously my talks were also scheduled on that. But as because the technologies are different and technologies has been elaborated to you by different speakers before me, I think I would like to tell you to concentrate on the Ministry of Power circular that was shown by Mr. Durgesh about the prospects of futuristic battery technology trends and futuristic businesses, because I can understand that you all are belong to the PDCL, most of them, most of you, I think you are all from PDCL, no? I think, and your business basically is based on coal and many most of the times, and also some little bit part of from I think hydro. So solar is also there, but not that much. But as because solar will be coming up to you in very faster rate in coming days, I think it will be very much prudent for you to get you self accommodated or get yourself customized with the solar PV technologies and obviously battery technologies. Now the battery technologies has been told to you, but there are different business models that will come up with you, for you, and has to be adapted by you. And what are those business models? Because these days in your generation business, you are been forced to participate in the auction of power, and then that power is sold. So you have to only participate in the auction and you sell your power to different discos, and then they sell it to the customer. Now, when this solar business will come up with battery technologies, what will be the prospects of that business? That is very interesting. You know that the prosumers are coming up very fast these days, and how this prosumers business can come up very fast, and whether WBPDCL will be allowed to participate in the prosumer business. Prosumers not in the sense of a small household, but prosumers in the sense of a community storage type of businesses, or prosumers in the sense of grid discipline or voltage regulation. Whether you will be allowed to participate in that business, that has to be thought of, because Ministry of Power in their 2022 notification has allowed some businesses from the generation companies as regards storage is concerned. So I'll request you all to go through the notification Mr. Durgesh has pointed out, because that you all are being young, and apart from base load, the prospect of coal is not that much I can see for in coming 10-15 years. So how this battery and battery business and how the renewable based businesses can be integrated into the main focus of WPDCL will be a very, very interesting topic that I encourage you to discuss among yourself and to understand how you can participate, because you can participate in many forms. Because say you have the lithium technologies, or say you have the NAS technologies that is well developed with you, means you can procure the battery and you can store, say, in the grid form and also in the microgrid form or in the nanogrid form, storage capacity. But how the business will be accomplished, that has to be thought of much more years ago, when the necessity will arise. And as because as has been shown to you by Mr. Durgesh, that um, uh, the the required materials, we are not that much, India is not that much strong in that ore, basic ores, like China or other countries are very strong in that basic ores. Now we are going, whether we are going to be dependent on batteries whose basic materials are not available in the country, and then what will be the problem that we can face when this type of technologies will be carried away with much faster rate, and if that has been introduced into our grid system or into our local distribution system, that has also to be thought of. Means because I want to tell you, when the materials are not with us, but we have the technologies, and if that batteries are there, and if the countries where from we will be importing that materials, for say we are producing that batteries here, whether we will be, whether we'll get into any sort from any sort of problem, that was sort I think we have to think of it. I am not against the battery technologies. It is there, it will be there, but also as regards the country's energy sustainability is concerned, and as regards the competitiveness of India in the global domain is concerned, and as I am repeating you, and we are not that much good producer of the cores or the materials that is required for this type of battery technologies. How to think of to make ourselves stronger, that we have to think again and again and again. So battery technologies, as has been told you, we have many different types of technologies. One scientist, Professor Goodenough, who is around 100 years of age, has developed these Li-ion lithium-ion batteries, and that lithium-ion batteries has strong, though it is bit costly, but it has got its development in very faster form. Many types of like cobalt, manganese, iron that have been introduced into the layer structure, and the energy densities has been increased, that you all know, most of you all know, and also pointed out by the other speakers. But my objective is to sustain WBPDCL engineers in the energy business, because this storage is required, there is no doubt of it, because we have been forced that the energy we have to consume very quickly, as because it is not like an potato or tomato which you can cold store and can sell at the time of profit. It was like that, but when the storage facilities is coming up very fast, whether we can play a good business with the storage facility, that has to be conceptualized before you think anything extra. So with that, the how the battery backups look like. That is, I think most of the engineers know what is there inside. You all know that you have the inverters, the transformers, the thermal management things, and also in many cases you have the grid integration items with the battery. And then what are the different material based technologies, you all know. And then I have told you to concentrate mainly on the business side, because we all are engineers, we are application oriented person, we are not that scientist who will be developing the materials to give it a proper shape into a storage facility, and then that facility being utilized as an item for our energy business. So I think these different types of business models, like prosumers based models, grid disciplines models belonging to your disco and the transmission company based on battery. Then your battery can be utilized for your voltage regulation, your frequency regulation, then arbitrage. There are different type of business prospects that is already there. I think other speakers has also shown you what is the way to do that business, what is the way to do that thing. But as you are all young, I have many students also from my university. I would request you to think how these battery technologies can be put into WBPDCL's business prospect, so that WBPDCL can sustain, say, for coming 100 years. That should be the main objective. So once you know the technology, you should think of your bread and butter, how the technologies can be incorporated into your business domain. That will be will be the main objective of an engineer, because we all do energy economics, and you all should do it. You should know it, and I think you can take the materials from Mr. Durgesh and the other speakers, and also from me. I do not know what happened to my laptop because it was functioning also. So, I think as being the last speaker, I should not waste too much of time, because what I have extra to show it to you, the different business model. Other things has already been shown to you by the different speakers. So we can discuss if you want. I'm a professor very close by. Our second campus is located, the Jadavpur University second campus is located just around 100 meters from this building. If you want, you can come anytime to my department to discuss, or you can write to me. For today, I conclude over here, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was truly unfortunate. I'm sure it is floating somewhere in the clouds. The only thing is we could not download it. Right. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that technology does not become so temperamental, uh, because our speaker now is joining us online. So, with crossed fingers, we invite online Sri Srijan Shengupto, who is going to join us from Jodhpur. Uh, he has done his MTech from IIT Bombay, PhD from IIT Kharagpur in metallurgical and materials engineering. His current position is that of an assistant professor in the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering in IIT Jodhpur. So his expertise is in the field of lithium-ion battery and electrochemistry. Sri Srijan Shengupto joining us online. He's waiting for us, and I think we can start his discourse. Professor Shengupta, can you hear us? But unfortunately, we can't hear you. Sound, please. We'll just take a few minutes, Professor Sengupta, just for the sound. I hope at his end, the laptop is not muted. No, it's not. We still can't hear you. Just a second. No, not yet. Can you try speaking again, please?
So,
Yes,
yeah, am I audible now?
absolutely.
Yeah, so that share option has been disabled. Can you open that share option?
The share option টা খুলে দিন আরেকবার। শেয়ার অপশন খোলা আছে?
Can you see the PPT?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm. Should I start? Should I start presenting?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, just one second. Can you just check whether the PPT is able? It's going into the next page or not?
It's fine, sir.
It's fine. Okay. Okay. Well, very good afternoon. Actually, myself, Srijan Sengupta. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Metallurgical Materials Engineering, IIT Jodhpur. So I work on battery materials mostly and electrochemistry based on corrosion. So I'm going to give a small talk on SN, that means steam-based anodes for lithium-ion batteries, and some batteries which are beyond lithium chemistry. So I start with a very fundamental and go to a little depth. So if you see in the first hand side and the left hand side, so it's just a piece of zinc dipped to a concentrated HCl. So zinc is dissoluting and there is an evolution of hydrogen gas which is taking place. So if you see the reaction, which is oxidation of zinc and nothing but the reduction of hydrogen. But where is that both the reaction is taking place? The reaction is taking place on zinc substrate itself. So zinc itself is acting as an anode and itself acting as the cathode. Okay. But the same arrangement, what you do if you just put a galvanic couple in that same HCl where zinc and copper are coupled together, there also you will find the same reactions are going. That is, zinc is oxidizing and hydrogen is reducing. But in this case, zinc becomes the anode, which was in the previous case, but copper becomes the cathode. Why? Because in this case, copper does not react with the solution since it is not that much electropositive, but it provides the surface for hydrogen reduction. So hydrogen reduction mostly happens in the copper substrate. So what is different from the earlier case is that the electronic transport, which was confined into zinc, okay, is not confined into zinc anymore. So the electrons are transported from zinc to copper in order to complete the redox reaction. So we are able to trap those electrons and we can put it to a load, and this corrosion reaction, this modified corrosion reaction turns into a battery. So this battery is nothing but a corrosion reaction in which the electrons has been separated. The anode and cathodes have been separated. It is very important to know this because all the batteries that we have, when we go for the degradation mechanism of all the batteries, we will see that it's mostly corrosion reaction which degrades those batteries. Okay, so this was actually the most primitive form of cell that we used to have, which called the voltaic cell. And the basic parameters of these batteries is voltage, capacity, and current. So if we come one by one, the voltage can easily be found by the help of something called a reduction potential table. In this, they're organized in the form of their redox reactions, and something on the top will act as a cathode, something on the bottom will act as an anode. So if you just get the zinc oxidation and hydrogen reduction reaction, we'll get a voltage around 0.76, which is a difference of these two. And if you come to the capacity is nothing but the charge that you can store in a battery. So that charge generally is told in form of milliampere hour per gram. So we talk in terms of specific capacity, not the ideal capacity. Specific means per mass how much it can store, or per cc what it can store. So if you just see this reaction, zinc oxidation and hydrogen proton reduction, so it actually involves a charge of 2 mole of electron, which is 2 farad. And when you convert to milliampere hour, it becomes 53611 milliampere hour. And if you consider the entire mass, it is a mass of 1 mole zinc plus mass of 2 proton, which is the 2 hydrogen atom. So this is total 67.3. And if you just divide by that, you will get something around 800 ampere hour per kg capacity or specific capacity from this very primitive cell. And you know that electrical energy is nothing but the charge multiplied by the voltage. So if you do that, you come up with something called 0.65 kilowatt hour per kg. So this is the amount of energy you can get out of this primitive cell. Now, just for comparison, if you compare with that of gasoline gives us something around 47.5 millijoule per kg, that is 13.2 kilowatt hour per kg. So it is almost 20 times better in terms of capacity or specific capacity with respect to that of this primitive battery. So that is, we have to see how to improve this battery chemistry, that we can go as close as possible to the gasoline energy if we have to actually replace them with the batteries. Now, the third parameter that the battery should have, that is the current, or that is the power rate. So power of a battery is nothing but the voltage multiplied by the current. The voltage you have already done with, but the current, if you see for this primitive battery, the current is very low. The reason for current is very low because you are producing a gas H2, which is an insulator. So it will keep on attaching to the surface of this copper and keep on reducing your area. So much less area will actually contribute to your electrochemical reaction. You will get very less power. And on top of that, that hydrogen proton has to reduce. It has to form H2 molecule, or it has to also form a big bubble, and then only it can detach from the surface. So until the bubble is detached from the surface, that area is not available for the chemical reaction, charge transfer reaction. So you get a very slow power out of these batteries. So how was this power increased? This power was increased by invention of one molecule or one material which is called manganese dioxide. So what does this material do? So if you replace the copper with manganese dioxide, what happening? Initially, hydrogen was getting converted into H2 gas. This time, when the electron comes, if you see on this side, if you see the electrons, one second. Yeah, if you see those electrons will come and it will reduce the manganese 4+ to manganese 3+. So there will be a charge imbalance in the structure, and in turn, it can incorporate one proton inside it. So what will happen if the hydrogen ion is not getting reduced to hydrogen gas? It is as it is, like a proton, just intercalate into the body of MnO2 and get converted to MnOOH. So it is not producing a gas which is an insulator, one. And secondly, your only diffusion of proton is involved. That makes the process very faster. So because of that, you get a very high current of this battery, and this battery are still available in the market by the name alkaline batteries. Okay, so this is how you got to increase the power rate. Now, how to convert these batteries into a secondary batteries? Because all these batteries, what I've told, it's a one-way traffic. That means we can only convert the chemical energy to the electrical energy. But if you have excess electrical energy, how to convert it back to chemical energy? People did not come up with that till Nicholson and Carlyle come up with an experiment. So what did they do? So Volta actually did dissimilar metals, so chemical energy, and converted it to produce electricity. So this two-person thought, Nicholson and Carlisle, why not to conduct exactly opposite chemical chain? So they used electrical energy for electrolysis of water and come up with hydrogen and oxygen. And they proved that this electrochemistry is a thermodynamically reversible process, that you can also use electricity to conduct a chemical change. So this experiment was followed by several sort of experiments. So one was Andres Markgraf. He electrodeposited zinc from an acidic zinc sulfate solution. And there has been also a report of electrolytic oxidation of manganese 2+ to manganese 4+ by Ruteshi. So these two was two different experiments, but it led to a conclusion that the idea of a reversible cell popped up. So people start thinking that from a same bath, if you can reduce zinc and oxidize Mn2+, I mean reduce zinc 2+ to zinc and oxidize Mn2+ to 4+, then you can actually come up with a reversible cell made out of zinc MnO2. So you don't have to put money on materials every time you use a battery. You just have to fill it with electrical energy and cost will be saved. But they could not do that. Why they could not do that? Because whenever you change Mn2+ to Mn4+, your ionic radius increases, which leads to mechanical strain, which leads to the mechanical failure of the battery. Number two, that neither MnO2 or MnOH, these phases are electronically conductive. And the third, in turn, when you try to electrodeposit zinc, it deposits in the form of a dendrites, which shorts the two electrodes, so the battery explodes. So what people understood, though the chemistry is reversible, it is not it is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition to run a reversible battery. You need to have mechanical integrity or mechanical reversibility. That is equally important. So that is getting lost with cycles. How this problem was resolved? This was resolved by the invention of these two materials. One is called a nickel electrode. So this is actually, and one is called a metal hydride electrode. So this nickel electrode is actually a combination of nickel hydroxide and nickel oxyhydroxide. So the advantage over MnO2 is this: nickel oxyhydroxide phase is both ionically and electronically conductive. So when you charge that battery, there is no problem for the electron migration at the surface where the charge transfer is going on. So you can have a complete reversibility. And also one point is there, here nickel is converting from 3+ to 2+. So it's not 2+ to 4+. So your ionic radius also does not change. Your volume expansion can be controlled and the battery does not degrade mechanically. Similar happens if you go for metal hydride. So different type of metals are there which actually forms hydride. So this metal can be used as a reservoir of hydrogen, and at a very low potential, they can give away hydrogen and they can receive hydrogen. So reversibly, hydrogen can enter those host structures and come out of these host structures. And one of the example is lanthanum nickel. So that is why the first nickel metal hydride battery was built. So you replaced your zinc with that of metal hydride, and you replace your manganese dioxide with nickel oxyhydroxide, which is the nickel electrode. So what you're having during discharge, this metal hydride is delivering, or it is supplying hydrogen or proton, which is actually going through the bath and entering the body of nickel oxyhydroxide, which is getting converted to nickel hydroxides. So you are only having a diffusion of So if you see energy, that is V into Q. If you see the power, that is V into I. So V is the common denomination in all the two parameters. So now people have started targeting V. So how to increase the voltage such that both energy and power can be increased. So they thought, why don't we have the same mechanism, that diffusion of one such ion, but replace hydrogen ion with that of a different ion of a different metal, which is much more electropositive. So they came out with lithium. So we are going to have replace hydrogen ion with that of a lithium ion, and it becomes a lithium ion battery. It's as simple as that. This is just a to and fro movement of these lithium ions. And there you have metal hydride. You will have here, you will have metal which can take lithium, or different materials which can incorporate lithium. And also nickel oxyhydroxide can be used as it is, or sometimes most of the times we actually replace it with cobalt oxide. So only problem came because of the voltage. Because if you see the voltage, lithium operates at a voltage of -3, and this nickel oxyhydroxide works, or cobalt oxide works as a voltage of 1.2. So the total voltage of this cell is 4 volt, more than 4 volt, which will give us a higher energy as well as higher power. But that much of volt, your aqueous electrolyte cannot sustain. So they will degrade. So that's why for lithium and battery, we are compelled to take a non-aqueous solutions which can take, or whose electrochemical window is more than 4 volt. Okay. So that leads to the problem of power, because this kind of non-aqueous, what is called electrolytes, do not have that much of conductivity that aqueous solution is to have. And furthermore, they're very volatile and flammable. So that is why all the lithium and batteries are unsafe, in the sense, if they're exposed to the atmosphere, they will immediately catch fire. It is mostly because of this electrolyte. Okay. But if that is taken care, this system can give us a very high specific energy, that is almost 1.15 kilowatt hour per kg, or 1149 watt hour per kg. But we get a practical energy around 2 to 5 because of other weight coming from other components. So now if my target is gasoline, and if I actually make an actual comparison, so if you take the theoretical capacities, there is a gap of 1:10 or 1:11, if you consider the theoretical capacities. But if you take the practical capacities, we are not even reach 1:10 benchmark. So we are already almost 26 times lesser in terms of battery with respect to gasoline. And if you just take a practical example, suppose an Alto car we will have a liter of 35 liter. So the gasoline weighs 25.9 kg. So you want to replace this gasoline with battery, you need 25.9 multiplied by 26.4 kgs of battery, which is almost 800 kgs of battery, or 750 kgs of battery, which itself, 683 kgs of battery, which itself is 40% of the weight of the car itself. And your total battery energy $132 per kilowatt hour. So in that cost, if you want to replace with this battery, it will cost you 132 multiplied by the kilowatt hour, multiplied by the dollar price. I made it a little earlier, that time it was 73, almost 15 lakh rupees, which is very impractical. You cannot do that. But where you're winning in filling. So one gasoline filling cost about 3710 rupees, and one electricity filling costs around 1230 rupees. So if you think that X time of filling, the cost will be equals, it comes to 510 times filling. So after 510 times filling the entire tank, your cost will be equal. And if you take 7 days per filling, it will give you at least 8 to 9 years. So after 8 to 9 years, your cost will be equal, because your installation cost of the batteries are very high. Batteries, EV cost very high, and petrol cars cost low. So that is why after running that car for 8 to 9 years, your cost will be equal. And that is why this battery manufacturer, or that EV manufacturer, are very smart. They used to give you a warranty for 8 years, because they know that after 8 years, that batteries won't work. Okay? After that, they won't provide you a warranty. And if you just compare the prices, the Tata Nexon itself costs around 8 lakh, and Tata Nexon EV itself costs around 14 to 15 lakh. So this extra 6 to 7 lakh comes out of the battery. So there is a need for battery materials which can have more power density at a lower price. In fact, 10 years back, your battery price was 1200 kilowatt hour, dollar per kilowatt hour, which now come to 132. So we are able to put it down. But how far we can do that? We are able to put it down by smart battery design. But now we have now we have reached some sort of limit. So just by design, we cannot put our battery price down. So now we have to change our battery materials in such a way that it can hold much more energy. So we come with a battery which is best among all the batteries, and that also increased its capacity by almost 100 times in the past 10 years, but still it is confined into portable electronics. Still it is yet to penetrate the EV market because its capacity is not even matching with the gasoline capacity. So we can do two things. Either we can increase the capacity of the anode, or we can increase the capacity of the cathode. Now, the problem with capacity of the cathode is if you increase the capacity of the cathode, your voltage also increases because it's a function of the capacity. If the voltage increases, it makes your electrolyte uncompatible with the cathode, and the battery actually degrades very faster. So it's a risk to come up with a high capacity cathode. Rather than, we can go for a high capacity anode, and my research is on that. So what I did, actually, I replaced our graphite anode with different types of metallic anodes like tin, antimony, lead, bismuth, this kind of anodes. If you see the charge, their gravimetric capacity by weight capacity is almost 3 times than the graphite, if you see tin. And the volumetric capacity is almost 8 to 9 times higher than that of graphite. So I try to replace the graphite anode with that of tin anode. But the problem is you get a volume expansion of in the order of 300%, so 260%. So if you see in this left-hand side, if you start with tin, when it is fully lithiated, the volume grows by 2.6 times and it completely pulverizes. So what are the strategies you can take that you get this capacity but yet save the structure? So we call that some active strategy. That means you don't take one material, you take a combination of two materials. Both of them are active towards lithium. So at different voltage plateau or different voltage potential, they will be expanding. So what the rate of expansion you can resist to some extent. Or you can take another material like copper, which is inactive towards lithium. So what will happen when the tin will take lithium, the copper will come out in the matrix. And what will happen when volume expansion happens, the stress will be taken up by copper. It will plastically deform to take that stress, and your entire structure will be safe from fracture. So these two are called the chemical buffering. Apart from that, you can also have physical buffering by making nanoparticles, nanowire, or you can play with the structure of the current collector also. Okay. So in my study, what I did, actually, I combined this active strategy and also use a porous current collector. So if you see, this is the three strategies I've used. So first one, to take a ternary alloy of tin antimony copper. So what happens, the antimony lithiates first, followed by the lithiation of tin, and in between the copper comes into the matrix and get dispersed. So whatever the volume expansion, it is actually absorbed by this plastic deformation of this copper. And this entire alloy, we actually put inside a nickel foam rather than a nickel foil. Okay, what is the advantage? So whatever the expansion happens, that happens inside the foam. So if the material expands, the foam will go under a compressive stress, and these metallic foam are very good in handling compressive stress. So the structure will remain intact. It will not delaminate from the collector. And the third thing what we did, we actually we put the material inside the nickel scaffold and we heat it such that some intermetallic formation also take place, and that will further save the structure from delamination. And we end up with a capacity around 588 after 100 cycles. That cell is still running. So it is almost 2 times than the capacity of graphite, and has been published to this Applied Surface Science. So we are also looking on this on to have more different type of metals and characterize their structures. And this kind of batteries actually we can make in our lab in the form of coin cells, and we are trying to make it in terms of pouch cells and put it to some internal use of IIT itself. So the last thing I want to tell, there's some 3-4 slides are remaining. So is lithium and battery is the answer? Okay, so if you see the cost, so in the past 9 to 10 years, the costs have come from 1200 to almost 170 kilowatt hour. But it is nowhere near to the lead acid battery, which is $71 per kilowatt hour. Okay. And if you see the cost bifurcation, the 65% of the cost of lithium and battery is in its raw materials. So that means somehow we can curtail the cost in labor or in utility or indirect cost, but the net raw material cost we are not able to reduce. Correct? And that also, these batteries are mostly fabricated in China, where the labor cost is very, very low. You try to make it in Europe or America, your labor cost will be huge. Oh, then you cannot come up with a cost like 176. And also, if you go on to the right hand side, if you see that there is a high cost come from the current collector itself. So you use copper and aluminum as a current collector. There itself 25% of the weight of the battery. So you put a lot of money only for current collectors, which are not even an active part of the battery. And in that sense, if you see the lead acid battery, the 70% comes from lead weight, 14 from water, and 8 from sulfuric acid. All the components of this battery is much cheaper than what we have for lead acid battery. This is one. This is concerning the design. Now, if you're concerning the materials, you see the use of lithium. Whatever lithium is extracted, only 1/4 of that comes to battery industry. So I cannot tell the lithium extraction industries to reserve the lithium for batteries. I cannot tell that. So they have to go for other uses in other industries. Similarly, for nickel, only 2% of the nickel which is extracted comes to this lithium and battery chemistry. Whereas if you see lead, 80% of the usage of lead is in the batteries, and lead is the per mass lead is the most recyclable material. Even it is a cottage industry in India. You can even recycle lead at your home. So it is very difficult for this lithium and battery chemistry to challenge a established technology like lead acid battery, particularly in India. It is not possible. But you know that lithium and battery is first superior, but cost-wise, it cannot penetrate the market. So what should be our target? So I got this quote from someone called Donald R. Sadoway. He's a professor in MIT. So he came up with this quote that if you want to make something dirt cheap, make it out of dirt, preferably dirt that is locally sourced.
Professor,
So-
sorry to
Yeah,
intrude.
so just two slides.
Right.
Yeah, so what we are looking for, so rather than imbibing a known technology like the lithium ion technology from foreign with limited resources, we should not do that. First, identify your resources which can be scaled at a cheaper price and accordingly develop the technology. That should be our target. So if you see in India, it has 7% of the bauxite reserve, which gives us aluminium. So why don't we plan a battery based on aluminium? And also, aluminium is produced already electrolytically. That means that itself is the charging of the battery, plating of aluminium. So that is already industrially established. So why don't come up with an aluminium-based battery? And in India, electricity is the cheapest among all the world. So that is why currently we are doing in our lab. So what we did for lithium and battery, the same technology said that lithium will go for mix with tin, make an intermetallic. That same thing will go for aluminium. So aluminium will go and mix with a metal during discharge, and during charge, aluminium plating will take place. And this is how we can actually make an aluminium intermetallic batteries. And we have identified that we are going for an aluminium nickel and aluminium iron system. Now, aluminium iron system will be much cheaper if you can actually pull off these batteries. But we are currently started with aluminium nickel system, which can give us an energy of 546.7 watt hour per kg. Very, very high, almost twice than the commercial lithium and batteries. And these are the final slide. So on the left hand side, what is the current research we are going on? So we're trying to develop an aluminium aluminium nickel battery with non-aqueous solvent. But our future target is to make a battery with molten salt eutectics, which actually will run at a temperature of 100 degrees centigrade. We don't have to put any external heat input here because the current that will run in the battery will itself generate I2RT heating, which will actually take care of the temperature. But why we are going for molten salt? Because it gives you 10 times more conductivity, and we can actually incorporate it or tag it with the power grids. And this is our ultimate target, that to replace the liquid electrolyte in the aluminum and battery with a solid electrolyte. So then what we have is an aluminum followed by a polymer followed by another metal. So this itself can act as a structural battery. So what you can do, the entire surface of the car you can replace with this battery. So this battery itself is going to be a structural material. You don't have to put any extra battery to run this car. So this is our futuristic goal, and we are going through that. So thank you. I think I'm done. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sengupta. And we are very happy to announce that Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, is with us today. He is, as you know, the Additional Chief Secretary, uh, as also the Secretary of the Power Department. And as Additional Chief Secretary, he looks after the Non-Conventional and Renewable Energy Sources Department, West Bengal. And he is also an engineer, a chemical engineer from IIT Chennai. We welcome you, sir. And may I request Sri Shomin Das, General Secretary of EWF, West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited, to felicitate Sri S. Suresh Kumar. Can we have some light on the dais? Can we light the stage, please? Lights on the stage. একটু স্টেজে আলো দেবেন। And of course, we would like to hear a few words from Sri S. Suresh Kumarji.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm extremely thankful for the Engineers Welfare Forum of the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited organizing this international seminar on battery technology. And I'm in fact very grateful that the Engineers Welfare Forum does these seminars and discussion fora on regular basis. Unfortunately, it's a part of our life that we get fixated with our job and we think very linearly and get stuck in a rut. And Engineers Welfare Forum here at least has taken the initiative uh, of at least trying to open up the uh, engineers who are working in what is happening in our sector, what are the new changes, new technology, how can we benefit from them, what is available. So this window to the world is what is very useful and important. I'm extremely happy and grateful to them in bringing this thing around. uh, Regarding the seminar, I'm not that much into the electrochemical or electromechanical aspects of the battery tech as such, but um, as any probable manager would look at, I think which the Professor Sengupta also was emphasizing, is the potential battery density, specific density of the battery in terms of its energy and the cost. I think we have a triangle where the specific energy is at one corner, cost is one corner, and the overall life of the battery in terms of, because every battery degrades, and I suppose so that is also an issue which probably everyone is noticing, that our mobiles don't last beyond 2 years. So everyone again has to go buy a new model of mobile after every 2 years because the battery doesn't work after that. So that's something which our manufacturers have ensured that we get a new model. And unlike Apple, which ensures it produces a new model every year, we at least have to buy once in 2 years. The This triangle definitely makes uh, I think, an understanding as to how we can optimize actually. So you pull one corner, definitely it's going to affect your cost. It's going to affect your degradation quality also. So if you were looking at reducing the cost, then of course, obviously your specific energy capacity of the battery will go down, and probably your overall degradation would not be going up; it will be going down. So it's a way of trying to look at it. I suppose by now you must have all understood that uh, battery as an energy source is here to stay. In fact, in our own state itself, it is a part of our endeavor now to bring in battery technology. We recently got a grant to do of 25 crores from the special capital capex grant of the central government to build a battery-based storage system for solar energy, which would charge our buses in, say, Karunamai depot. So this is something which is happening. The EV buses are there, and more EV buses are expected for the WBTC. So now we are trying to build a system where we, during the day, we use solar energy to charge a battery, and during the night we discharge the battery into the buses. So, I mean, this is a model which we're trying. Of course, there are issues about it. People might have a better alternative. We have no issues in suggesting that. Beyond this, uh, we need battery to shave our load curve. I don't know how many of you are aware about our load curve. We have a slightly weird load curve in our state. So when other states are having their peak, we don't have our peak, and our peak is slightly off from the national peak by 3 to 4 hours. So we have tried our best to alter the consumer habits, but then we still not been able to get any benefit out of it. So the only way out is to put in a storage system which will definitely be able to shave the peak, as they say. So this is an area, and battery energy storage system is something which is going to come. We are in fact negotiating with World Bank on this particular aspect. Probably we'll get to know shortly about where we're going to go on that. So this is another area where definitely battery energy storage systems will make a great change. Traditional way of looking at things is using a pump storage system, which of course we already have one, and one more is under construction. And we have also identified another half dozen pump storage systems possible within the overall mountain which is there in Purulia. And probably that's the best possible availability within the entire country itself. So that's an area where we can definitely exploit also to stabilize the grid. Uh, battery systems per se are maturing a lot. Principally, research has happened mostly in the US and to some extent in the European universities, and they're pumping in a lot of money into battery research. But the only unfortunate development, which I don't think you people have understood yet, is that now US government has decided not to give out their technology to the other people. I mean, they have now made it difficult that they whatever R&D which they are going to do on battery storage tech will be available only within the country. So that's of course to prevent China getting it and probably monetizing the technology. But definitely in the next 4 5 years, the impact of this will definitely happen. Uh, I think end of the day, I think our own research institutions will have to do some sort of a major discovery and use our own local resources which we have to bring in a new system. Lithium based systems probably in the next 5 years, 4 years may last. And beyond that, I doubt we're going to need lithium based batteries. So this is all I can say about the overall perspective of the battery system. Well, I don't know anything beyond the technical details, so please don't ask me. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, you do realize that we are having this particular physical seminar after 3 years. So this is definitely a step forward for us. And also, maybe there's quite a lot of pending agenda which we are trying to sort of squeeze in the first physical seminar that we are having after the pandemic. So, finally, the last speaker speaking on the 11th National Seminar, and he is Dr. Kiran Pal Singh. And Dr. Singh is the senior manager of Exide Industries, Kolkata, a person who is very much into research, who has done his PhD and is a postdoc fellow and much awarded. So today, Dr. Singh is surely going to bring a fresh, new look at the situation, at the challenges that the battery technology is facing. And felicitating him would be Mr. Chandrasekhar Barai, Secretary EWF Corporate. Mr. Chandrasekhar Barai.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'll just. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, WPDCL, for the invitation. And thank you very much for the patience that you guys are showing. I know it's a lunchtime. I'll not take much long. I'll try to finish it fast. So, everyone is going gaga about lithium ion battery, and we all know that, lithium ion battery has its own flaws. And, there is nothing like, and a number of speakers has told today that there is nothing like a single solution for all the applications. So what we actually need is we need to look beyond lithium ion battery the way we are doing for the fuels right now. And this particular presentation is going to be about that only. So before going ahead with the presentation, I want to focus on this. Say that if we will expand our horizons of what fuels are, then we will find that metal can actually suffice all the needs as far as the electricity is concerned. And we all know about the market for quite some time now. What we don't know, and maybe very few people know, that there are certain other metals, that is sodium, aluminium, zinc, which can also do the same thing which lithium and lead are doing, with least complications that lithium brings in. So if you see here, these are certain parameters which these particular metals they possess. If you can see that aluminium has high specific capacity, it's second to lithium, which translates into better energy density. And when we talk about sodium, it has a pretty good standard electrode potential and can give a very good power. The best thing about these three metals is that we can get in-house. As far as we know that similar to what is happening with the fuels nowadays, that we are highly dependent on OPEC countries. In future, the same thing will happen with lithium, that 90% of 90% of lithium it comes from China, Australia, Congo. Ultimately what will happen is, apart from OPEC, we will be depending on these countries. Hence we need something that can be sourced in house, or these are recyclable. Therefore sodium, aluminium, and zinc are certain kind of metals which can do these kind of job for us. So before moving ahead, I just wanted to discuss the technological trend, but it will give us that where these particular batteries are at this particular moment. So these particular divisions that has been made, it's based on the number of patents that are coming in and the adoption that is happening on these batteries at an industrial level. So you can see that all these three batteries that we'll be talking about are at the pre-development state. They are emerging. At sodium ion, you can see that I have given a dashed mark here because its similarity with the lithium ion battery, its adoption is little bit faster as compared to other two battery tech. Lithium ion and lead acid, we know that they're already into the market, and lead acid is pretty much very saturated or stabilized tech, wherein we have a complete control over our forward and backward supply chain. Now, starting with the techs. So first is aluminum air battery. So this particular technology, it is pretty old. It started in 1962. It's kind of a primary battery. It's not a rechargeable battery, or you can say that it's a mechanically rechargeable battery. It has a very good theoretical capacity, around 2.98 ampere hour per gram. It has a very high theoretical energy density, which is almost 3 to 4 times higher than a lithium ion battery. Aluminium, as we know, it's being used everywhere, and it's inexpensive, abundant, and quite environmentally friendly, unlike lithium ion battery. The main component of these batteries are aluminum anode, a porous air cathode, and an electrolyte solution. How this particular battery works: so you have aluminum at the anode, which actually acts as a fuel. So once it comes into contact with the KOH electrolyte, it starts burning. To enable this particular burning, you have an air cathode, at which the oxygen starts reducing, and hence a complete cycle takes place. The standard electrode potential of this particular battery is 2.71 volt, which can give you a pretty good power as well. This is a aluminum air cell design. So you can see over here. So this is actually a running type, or a flow type battery, wherein you have an electrolyte inlet here. Electrolyte enters from here. Then you have an aluminum cassette, which acts as a fuel, as I mentioned earlier. And on both the sides, you have air cathodes from where oxygen enters into the electrolyte. So first electrolyte enters into the cell, and then these are the exit points for the electrolyte. Then you have caps and notches for the electrical connections and everything. So you can see here the major components which makes this particular battery. So you have an air cathode. So your air cathode is divided into three parts. One is which is in direct contact with the electrolyte, which is known as the catalyst layer. Then you have a current collector, which is made up of nickel, steel, or copper coated nickel. Then you have a backing layer from where oxygen actually enters into the system. Then we have anode, which is made up of aluminum, electrolyte, which can be any alkaline, either KOH or NaOH. Because we are using KOH, and KOH has a tendency to react with CO2, so hence we need a scrubber as well, so that only fresh oxygen enters into the solution, into the cell. As far as balance of plants is concerned, so these are the equipments. We can call it as an ancillary equipments. They do not take part into the reaction, or they are not the active component, but they enable cell to work. So you have a pump, you have a tank wherein the electrolyte is kept. Pump is used for the continuous flow of our electrolyte, and pipeline and an air blower for the continuous oxygen flow into the cell. As far as aluminum economy is concerned, it's pretty simple. As soon as you have, so once the aluminum is burned out in an aluminum air cell, you will have an aluminate. These aluminate can directly be sent to the aluminum smelters. So we have a number of smelters available in India. You can directly send it to them. They can convert these aluminum plates, aluminates into aluminum plates, and then you can again reuse it. So it's there is nothing that has to be incorporated, as we have in lithium ion battery. So pretty simple. As far as the use cases of this particular battery is concerned, number of startups, they are coming in. One of them is an Indian startup, Log9 Materials. They are working on this particular technology, and they have started a number of POCs with this particular battery. So as you can see here, the use cases are mentioned here. So it can be used in a standalone, it can be used in a marine application, it can be used for a 3 and 4 wheeler as well as in heavy duty vehicles. The second battery technology that we'll be discussing is the zinc air battery. So again, this is also an oldest technology that has been, that has been there in the market for quite a long time. And if you, I don't know, but if you guys know that a lot of people, they wear hearing aids. So these kind of batteries actually goes into those kind of hearing aids because of their very high volumetric energy density. This particular battery tech has a very low, fabrication cost because we are using inexpensive zinc. Again, similar to aluminum air battery, it also consists of a zinc anode, a porous air cathode, and an aqueous electrolyte, alkaline aqueous electrolyte. Working of this particular battery is also similar to aluminum air battery, wherein zinc anode burns into a zincate, and on the cathode side, oxygen burns into an hydroxyl ion to give you a complete, cell reaction. But this is a rechargeable battery. So herein you can convert this particular zincate into a zinc again inside, in a cell. So there is no mechanical recharging happening here. It's a simple electrical recharging that will happen. These are the major components. So you have, again, similar to the aluminum air battery, you have an air cathode divided into 3 parts. Then you additionally, you have a dimensionally stable anode here. What it does is it enables the recharging of our zincate. So usually during recharging, the oxidation reaction that happens on an air cathode, so it makes it, it decreases the durability of our air cathode. Hence, to do that, a separate anode is being kept so that it can enhance the life of our zinc air battery. Apart from that, all other equipments are pretty similar for the zinc air battery as well. Its economy is also pretty simple. Similar to aluminum air battery, whatever the zincate is getting generated, it can directly be sent for the zinc electrowinning, wherein electrochemically zincates can be converted into zinc. Even though it is a rechargeable battery, once it will reach to its end of its life, you can simply send the zinc for its recycling. And those then, once recycled, these zinc can be reused again. Here I have shown a simple design which an American company, Zincate, is nowadays using. So this is a flow type zinc air battery, wherein in a zinc air flow. So this is your energy generation unit, and this is the electrolyzer unit wherein your zincate converts into zinc. So this all happens in a, it's an online kind of thing. So all happens in a single battery system. So whenever the energy is required from the system, zinc air battery will start giving the energy, and whatever the zincates are getting generated, they can be sent back to the zinc electrolyzer, wherein once you will start incorporating electricity, these zincates can convert it into zinc and then can be sent back again to for the for a battery usage. Use cases. So this zinc air battery is, actually it's nowadays is getting a lot of traction because it's usability in a large stationary, as far as the stationary is concerned. So Zincate is using this particular technology for the grid stability. Zincate and Finergy, again, they are using it for a standalone in our tower applications. Then it has found some application in marine as well. And as I mentioned earlier, that they are being used as for button cells in a hearing aid devices. The third and the last tech is sodium ion battery. So I hope everyone is aware of lithium ion battery. So you can call it as a cousin of lithium ion battery. The inception of this particular battery happened along with the lithium ion battery, but because of certain superiority of lithium ion battery, lot of efforts had been downgraded, as development efforts were not too much as far as the sodium ion is concerned. Sodium ion, even though not as good as lithium ion battery, but it has a pretty good energy density. The best part about this sodium ion battery is that it is 1,000 times more abundant than lithium. Hence, it makes it pretty much accessible, and a lot of geopolitical tensions can be reduced if you start using sodium ion battery. As far as the composition is concerned, it also consists of carbon anode, as similar to lithium-ion battery, and sodium enriched cathode, and an electrolyte, which is non-aqueous, similar to lithium-ion battery. So this is a typical reaction that happens. So instead of lithium, you have a sodium a sodium metal oxide here as a cathode. And as far as the anode is concerned, you have a carbon, wherein during a reaction, during charging, sodium ion starts intercalating into the carbon lattice, and during discharging, they starts getting back to the cathode. So there are different kind of sodium ion variants are available. As you know, there are variants of lithium ion battery based on the cathode. So there are different variants of sodium ion battery as well based on the cathode. So one is where Prussian blue is being used. So this particular cathode has shown to have a very good specific capacity, and hence we can match at least the LFP variant of lithium ion battery with this. Then you have a layered oxide, which has a capacity of somewhere around 200 milliampere per gram. And then we have a polyanion, which has a little bit lower, but it has a very good power density. Hence, it can be used for another applications which are power intensive. As far as the battery type is concerned, so you have a cylindrical cell. I think all of us know what cylindrical cell is. The problem with the cylindrical cell is that it has a very poor thermal management. To improve the thermal management, a lot of companies are now moving towards the prismatic cell, which, due to their flat structure, thermal management becomes quite easy with them. There are certain other variants which is known as pouch cell. Even though there are not much standards available with it, but certain tests have shown that thermal management can be very good, and we can achieve a very good volumetric as well as gravimetric capacity with the pouch cells. As far as the key component is concerned, the cathode, as I have mentioned, you can use a different cathode. The anode, the current collector is aluminum sheet here. Anode is again a hard carbon, so we are not using a soft carbon as we are using it in lithium-ion battery. The current collector is again aluminum sheet. Electrolyte is NaPF6, which is a sodium version of LiPF6. We are using a separator and a aluminum-based casing here. As far as the sodium economy is concerned, similar to lithium-ion economy, not much is available. As you all know that as far as the lithium-ion battery is concerned, only 5% of its component can be recycled. The good part about sodium-ion is that at least sodium can be recycled. If you think about Prussian blue cathode, which is an organic organic material, so you can easily take out sodium from it. Hence, it's the recyclability of this particular battery is easier as compared to lithium-ion battery. So definitely it can have an edge over lithium-ion battery in that case. So again, the use cases. So I would like to mention here that this particular battery, because understand that lithium is very small, whereas when you see that sodium is pretty big. Hence, it does not carry much energy. So it's not an energy intensive material. Therefore, it cannot find a use cases where energy intensive applications, as for example mobility. So you need a very high energy density as far as a battery is concerned. So sodium-ion battery cannot be used there. But because of the usage of hard carbon and the mobility of sodium ion, this can the aluminum. So aluminum current collector that we are using here, we can achieve a very high power in sodium ion batteries. Hence, it can be used in a power intensive applications. And so you can see over here the use cases that can be derived from sodium ion battery. For comparison, this is a graph that we have drawn. So you can see this is a gravimetric energy density and a volumetric energy density. Based on these two requirements, how different applications can be divided. So you know that as far as the grid electricity storage is concerned, energy density is not much of a factor here. You need a very high volumetric energy density because so that the footprint can be lower. So for this particular application, sodium ion battery can do justice to it. Then lithium ion battery, definitely it's a good option there, and zinc air is also a pretty good option. As far as the high energy density applications are concerned, which is in electronic devices, planes and drones, so their high energy density aluminum air battery can fit in perfectly. Okay, as far as electronic devices and EVs are concerned, other lithium-ion variants can go in there, but aluminum air battery cannot go there. These are certain other comparative differences between the three technologies. So as I have mentioned, so as far as the refueling is concerned, aluminum battery it's it's a mechanical, whereas zinc air battery can be mechanical as well as electrical, and sodium ion battery is all electrical. Cycle life, so as far as zinc air battery and aluminum air battery is concerned, the cycle life, it depends completely on the air cathode that is there. So it's if you have a good air cathode, you will have a very good cycle life. Whereas for sodium ion battery, it can go up to 3,000 to 4,000 cycles, which is pretty good as far as the lithium ion battery counterparts are concerned. Balance of plant, as I mentioned, for aluminum air and zinc air battery, you need a lot of balance of plant. Hence, the volumetric capacity of there is pretty low. Comparatively lower in sodium ion battery, but again, similar to lithium ion battery, you need an active BMS in this particular case as well, which is the fourth point. Uh, Now, during an operation, so when we talk about energy efficiency, so when we talk about the balance of plant, so you need a certain amount of energy to run those balance of plant as well. So this is where so that is that is that whatever the energy that this particular battery is generating, so that is getting consumed for its own operation. Hence, when we talk about the power requirement during operation, so for the running of pump and blower, aluminum air and zinc air battery, they do need a BMS, so hence it's not much. Concern for aluminum air and zinc air battery, cutting component is their cathode, and for sodium ion battery, cathode availability of cathode material, it's quite challenging. At this particular point in time, no one is working rigorously for the development of cathode, and hence it might start getting a little bit easier. As far as recycling is concerned, aluminum and zinc recycling is already there. They're doing it. Sodium ion.
Hello. Yes, that was Dr. Kiranpal Singh. We thank you. And your speech was very brief and informative. We are thankful to you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It has been a wonderful event in which I am entrusted with the responsibility to deliver the vote of thanks and conclude the program. Kindly bear with me for some time because I have an important announcement to make at the end of this Thanksgiving session. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director of IIT KGP, for finding time from his busy schedule and being the chief guest of our 11th National Seminar. It has been an honor to have him among us. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Engineers Welfare Forum to Sri S. Suresh Kumar Sir, IAS Additional Chief Secretary of Power, West Bengal, for his gracious presence and speech. We are grateful to him, sir. So next, I would like to thank Mr. Rajiv Kumar Dash, who is retired DGM of CESC Limited, for his valuable value addition towards the seminar topic and his presentation, for enlightening us and enriched us with the information. I express my gratitude to Dr. Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, Professor of IIT Kharagpur, for his informative and spellbinding speech. He enriched this seminar with his in-depth subject knowledge. I would like to thank Engineer Durgesh Agarwal, Senior Manager of NTPC, for his well-versed knowledge sharing speech. It is my pleasure to thank Dr. Niladri Chakraborty, Professor Jadavpur University, for his wonderful and vibrant speech. My gratitude towards Dr. Srijan Sengupta, Assistant Professor of IIT Jodhpur, for his presentation, which enlightened us in respect of technological advancement of battery technology in present days and in future to come. I again thank Dr. Kiran Pal Singh, Senior Manager, Excite Industries Limited, for his wonderful speech. Now, I must mention and thank on behalf of whole EWF family, our beloved and respected Secretary Sir Shoman Dash, President Sir Engineer Devopriyo Mitro, and their whole organizing team for organizing this wonderful seminar. They are the unsung heroes of this event. Without them, this seminar could have not been possible. I would like to thank Madhuvanti Moitro ma'am for her wonderful way of presentation and event hosting. Last but not the least, all the participants who came from different places of our various power plants and students of engineering institutions of the city who are present here. Without your enthusiastic cooperation, this event might have not been possible. And I would like to thank Sostika Events for organizing this event in this manner. And now, come to the important part. I know each of you are hungry, so the lunch has been served. Please go to first floor, and after the photo session, obviously, the place where the lunch is served, it is in first floor of this building, and look for the cafeteria. Thank you, everyone. All respected members of EWF are cordially requested to come upon the stage for photo session. I request our President, Sir, Treasurer, and respected speakers who are present here right now. All zonal secretaries, please come up on stage.